Good afternoon and welcome to the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom for this very important CSA T20 challenge match between the Eastvaal Renault Northwest Dragons and the Moothee Ram Tuskers. I'm Conrad de Swart, bringing you live action today, 5 o'clock start, and I'm joined by Gert Maloney. Good afternoon, Gert.
Conrad, thank you very much, and it's always welcome to be in Potch, the student village of the Northwest. It's always fun to come here and, we're in for a banger. Northwest Dragons desperately needs a win tonight. They are 4 from 4, if I'm not mistaken. And the Tuskers are doing pretty well, but the Northwest Dragons desperately needs a win.
Yeah, definitely 3 that they lost. If you look at the playing 11s, Eastvaal Northwest Dragons starting 11, Ludwig Schult, Mikael Prince, Janneman Malan, Diego Rosier, Vian Libbe, Lesiba Ngwepe, Ruan de Swart makes a comeback, Onkwe Nyaku, another change, Jade de Klerk, Caleb Seleka and Alfred Matua. And then we look at the Moothee Ram Tuskers, Kagiso Rapulana, Cameron Shackleton, Michael Erlang, the captain, Sean Gilson, Andile Mogakane, also known as Ace, Wayne Parnell, Ntando Zuma, Hardus Viljoen makes a comeback, Sean Whitehead, Zihad Abrams, and Darren de Pavillon.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting... their pace attack is very, very good. Hardus Viljoen strengthening that pace attack with the Pavillon. And then also, you've got the likes of Wayne Parnell, the left armour. The old Protea also playing tonight. But then the Northwest Dragons, guys like Mikael Prince is marked as the wicket keeper. We actually saw Janneman Malan in warm-ups with the gloves on. So it'll be interesting to see which way they go.
Yeah, I've never seen Janneman Malan with the gloves on. Did look interesting there for a moment or two. Did it, Gert? Yes, as we said, important game here for the Dragons, playing their second last game at home. They lost 3 out of 3. First game here at the JB Marks Oval was also an abandoned match. And then Tuskers, who's currently sitting on 6 points, they had a very good win on Sunday or Saturday against the Lions at the Wanderers. I think they won by 2 runs in the end, Gert.
Yeah, that was a close encounter, and it came down to the wire in that game. But the Tuskers on a high, they're enjoying the high felt at the moment, and you got to feel that they are the more confident of the 2 teams going into this match, Conrad.
Yeah, it's a very big win for them there in Joburg against the Lions. Yeah, the Lions definitely missing some of the regular players to the Protea and the South African A side, but those players will be back this week, and it can be a very important fixture for the Lions coming up in a few days' time when they play the Dragons at the Wanderers next Wednesday.
Yeah, that pitch is going to be very interesting as well. The Dragons have got a lot of medium paces, a lot of guys that can shape the ball in and out, but no real out-and-out pace. As we'll see tonight that there's a bit more pace in this Tuskers team. And we also saw in the previous game that the pace was a telling factor against them.
Yeah, definitely lacking that Michael Pretorius factor that were operated last Monday. Looking back for his return pretty soon to this team, the Northwest Dragons, Eastvaal setup that we have in Potchefstroom. As we see the 2 openers currently at the wicket, Ludwig Schult opening with Janneman Malan. And it looks like from the city end, like Sean Whitehead, the slow left-arm orthodox spinner that will open the innings, Gert.
Wow, we've come so accustomed to see spinners opening up the innings, and Sean Whitehead has done a great job for the Tuskers with that new ball. He's a very astute new ball bowler, and he's someone that can just buy you a couple of overs early. As we see Ludwig Schultz there, 33 is his average, a striker of 128, didn't have a great outing last time around. First baller tried to hack it over mid-wicket. Hopefully he'll play a bit more suspect this time around.
Yeah, I think the Northwest Dragons will look for a more steady start this time, give themselves the best opportunity. You see this wicket looks rock hard as we expect in Potchefstroom, usually a batter's friendly paradise. As umpire Mzizi gets it ready for the first ball delivered by Sean Whitehead.
Look at Sean Whitehead's economy rate there, 6 to the over. He normally bowls in difficult situations. He's picked up 18 wickets and 2 for 13. He did a brilliant job.
Ball angled into leg stump, just tucked to the long on fielder. gets the scoreboard going for the Northwest Dragons. Good start. Yeah, Sean Whitehead, recent figures, 1 for 26 against the Lions, 1 for 21 against the Dolphins, and in the first game of the season, 1 for 27 versus the Titans, with best bowling figures of 2 for 13. He's been around the block as he has the 28-year-old.
Yeah, Sean Whitehead has been around the block. He's been around for quite a while. So I'm going to give you something with bat and ball.
Looking at Janneman Malan's figures, 2,533 runs, averaging 29. Good this time by Sean Whitehead, just that tougher length, bit more straight to Janneman Malan. Doesn't look like a lot of turn there, Gert.
Yeah, we don't expect him to really turn it. He'll more fire it in.
Bit quicker that time by Whitey. Janneman Malan rocking onto the back foot. Just pushing it out to the extra cover fielder. No run there. Same delivery by Sean Whitehead. Very good start here by him. And I think Janneman Malan would definitely look to hit the ball straight down the ground to Sean Whitehead, who's currently just angling it into him, or even opening up if he does get a bit of width over the extra cover area. Down the wicket this time comes Janneman Malan, tucking it to mid-on, where Hardus Viljoen does the clean-up work. Good to see him back in Potchefstroom. Saw him early this morning. Still 36-year-old, very good condition, strong man. Final delivery of the first over. Good start here by the Moothee Ram Tuskers. Cut this time by short, but finds the fielder. End of the first over, 2 without loss.
Exactly what we expected Whitehead will do. He'll just use that angle to make sure that he tucks up the right-hander and then just goes across the left-hander as well. It gives you that impression that there is a bit of width, and then he just brings it back in. Very clever bowler, and tidy start. Only 2 runs in that first over, and I think it's very important for the Dragons to notice that wickets column, keep it intact, look after the power play, but also keep that wickets column intact, and you can have a bit of a launch at the back end.
Yeah, I like what you're saying. Look after the power play. That's something that one of my fellow coaches always say is look after the power play. You can never win the game in the power play, but you can lose it if you are too many wickets down. And that we saw on Friday evening here against the Dolphins.
Guys, come here, right some over.
One of the big mistakes that the Dragons made, too many shots that they played. As Darren de Pavillon with a new nut, age 31, 90 wickets in this format. This time a bit straighter to Janneman Malan, that tucks it behind square. A lot of ground to be made by the fielder there. Looks like Sean Gilson. Good chase by him.
Yeah, the Pavillon is one of those bowlers that does get a lot of shape. He moves it away from the right-hander. So I think that was what he was suspecting there. Maybe the new nut didn't swing as much as no lateral movement in that first delivery. Have to wait and see what he can do once he really gets warmed up.
This time straight. It just looks like he's angling it a bit back into Janneman Malan. If you look at the field placing, only 2 fielders outside the ring allowed at this stage. We've got a square down on the offside in the point area, and then a deep square on the leg side with both third man and fine leg inside the ring. This will force Darren de Pavillon not to go 2 leg side, opening up that fine leg area for Janneman Malan. He would rather, with a 1 slip in, try to make him drive, hitting the ball through cover, extra cover. In for his third delivery now. Definitely some shape there, Gert. Away from the right hand at Janneman Malan. Very good delivery, harder length.
Harder length, and also very interesting to see that the 2 men on the fence is deep point for Janneman Malan and backward square. They've got no third man. They've got a short third, which is almost in a gully position. Just back, and just look at that movement. Just a little bit of lateral movement then from the seam as well. That's one thing that Darren de Pavillon has got his lovely seam presentation. He does hit the seam more often than not.
Yeah, this time tucked to the cover area. That's Yanaman Malan. Zahid Abrams doing the clean-up work there. He's going to be a handful. There's Zahid Abrams on this wicket. Skiddy bowler. Runs in hard. Yeah, Darren de Pavillon, 31 years of age now, right on fast to fast medium bowler, born in Durban. And he's playing his 80th game, picking up 90 wickets at a strike rate of 17.2 and an average of 23. Tidy work.
Great bowler. It's one of those that matured very late in his career. Just look at that, an average of 23. Economy is a bit high, but he also always bowls in the power plays and also at the back end of the innings with that 5 for 20. Oh, that was beautiful bowling. I think he picked up 3 wickets in 6 balls in that game.
Got the memory of the elephant, Ugert. This time to Ludwig Short, the left-hander. Definitely angling the ball in around the wicket to Ludwig Short. Is the Pavillon getting it to shape nicely in the air. Good signs here for the Tuskers.
Yeah, nice. Great signs if there's a bit of movement. As the lights come on as well here in Potchefstroom. About an hour earlier than we normally would start, Conrad.
Yeah, it's an interesting starting time this year round, the 5 o'clock start. There's another fixture at 6 o'clock tonight. This time again angling it into Ludwig Schult, trying to hit it over the mid-wicket area, but does not make contact. End of the second over. Very tidy start here by the Moothee Ram Tuskers. 6 without loss after 2 overs. And Gert, over the last few days, Potchefstroom and the whole of the northwest, maybe the rural area of Gauteng where you stay, had a lot of rain.
We had a lot of water. We had a lot of rain, and it's mostly coming from your end. So I think you guys might have opened the taps and then send it our way. But between northwest and then the southern part of Gauteng, from the Vaal, there by the Vaal River, we've had a lot of rain. We've been blessed with a lot of water, but it's made cricket a bit difficult in our area as we see the big man comes into the attack.
Yeah, Hardus Viljoen, looking at those numbers, 166 games, 190 wickets, 36 years old at this stage, but a fantastic average, 25.56. Again, economy above 8, but as Gert said, the same as the Pavillon, bowling in the power play, sometimes at the back end of the innings. Best of 5 for 16. Good length by Hardus Viljoen to start off to Ludwig Schult.
And the young man Schult is going to find out that even if you face a seasoned campaigner like Hardus, there's a lot of tricks in that bag.
Yeah, Hardus Viljoen, who's played around the world, very familiar name. They made his debut for Eastons versus the very same Northwest back in 2011. This time leading edge by Ludwig Schult, going to drop in no man's land. Where Abrams picks it up. Didn't make very good contact there. Kind of lucky there by Ludwig Schult, trying to hit it over the fine leg area. Yeah, Hardus Viljoen played in the first game against the Titans for the Tuskers. Made 32 with the bat, picking up 1 for 25. Didn't play the second game against the Dolphins. And not against the Lions either. Most possibly just nursing an injury. This time straight to Yanaman Malan, trying to drive it straight, but gets a thick inside edge. Where Miran just cleans it up. Back to the keeper. Good start this by the Tuskers. Nice and vocal in the field. Can expect that from a team that beat the Lions at the Wanderers.
And also, if you look at the run rate at the moment, only 3 to the over in the power play. And we got only 3 overs left after this. Pressure building on the Dragons.
Straight to this time, and it's put down by Hardus. Very difficult chance on the follow-through. Yanaman Malan tries to drive the ball straight. Maybe a bit of early contact as his body position is very upright. Will definitely go down as a chance as we see on the replay. just forcing it is Janneman Malan. Two players that played together for the Boland and for the Rocks as well in recent years. This time shorter, and it's cut through the cover area by Janneman Malan, opening up the boundary count for the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons.
Bit of an open face slap there through the offside, and Huddersfield just guilty of giving Janneman Malan. The one thing you don't want to give Janneman is a bit of width. He'll make you pay every single time. And that's the first forfeit for the Dragons. Just look at that, just width. There was a little bit of movement away from the right-hander as well, but he just latched onto it, and it's 4 runs. And Janneman Malan might just be exactly what he needs to get himself going in this innings.
This time full Yorker length to Janneman Malan. Bit of an appeal. Umpire Gampu not interested there as he ends that over. End of the third over, 11 without loss at this stage. And as you mentioned, Gert, bit of pressure boarding here on the Dragons. But again, maybe just look after this power play. Don't get yourself in a situation where they were the other evening against the Dolphins, being 4 down with inside the first 6. Yeah, they didn't chase a big score, 156 only. But just the shot selection by the Northwest Dragons batters was something that they maybe spoke about in their team meeting, maybe Friday evening, later in the week, at training on Saturday or Sunday. Is just look after the power play a bit more. Think about the shot selection. Play some cricket shots. This time again, angling it in to Ludwig Schult. Ball goes down to deep point where it's fielded. You can definitely still see some shape there, Gert.
Well, that's the one thing you'll get with Darren Miles, the Pavilion, is he'll give you some shape. And one thing that he always does is he gives 120%. Everyone says you can't give more than 100. I think he's got a bit of extra in the juice in the tank. There's effort every single delivery, and he always gives it all for his team. Great contest between bats and ball.
Again, some shape out the Pavilion. Very good length that he's hitting here. And I think they did their homework to Ludwig Schult. Not one delivery so far to him has been up to the bat. Everything's been very hard length, even shorter. They know he likes to hit it over extra cover, straight back over the bowler's head. Ludwig Schult had a decent start to his campaign so far for the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons. In the first game against the Boland, he scored 30 in the poll, and he followed that up with a 61 against Western Province. That was in Cape Town. Unfortunately, on Friday evening, got a first baller to Ethan Bosch. This time on the pad, wraps him on the thigh pad for Janneman Malan.
Yeah, I also think that Schult is actually starting off the way he did when he scored that 61. A bit of more of a subdued start, just getting the pace of the pitch, just getting the pace of the bowlers, just seeing off the new ball, and then you can accelerate from there. The other night we saw him go for a first ball hack. It didn't go his way, but looking much more comfortable today, looking almost like the player that scored that 30 and that 60 on the bounce.
The Pavlo now for his 4th delivery in his 2nd over. Oh, such a good ball. Up to the bat to Janneman Malan, inviting him on the drive. Front foot not really working that well to the ball, but that we got to expect from Janneman Malan. It's not the greatest, best foot mover in the world, but probably one of the hardest hitters of the cricket ball in the country.
Yeah, he's got amazing timing. He's got great hands. But look at that. That's an absolute beauty. I think that would have beaten most batters.
I think it's still an interesting decision and a very good decision by the Tuskers here to decide to bowl first. With the amount of rain around in Potchefstroom the last few days, this wicket definitely were lying under covers for an extended period of time. This time thicker outside edge by Janneman Malan, where deep point Kagiso Rapulana picks it up. Affectionately known in this area by Jonty.
Yeah, he's someone that prides himself on that nickname because his fielding ability is absolutely phenomenal. So he prides himself on that Jonty nickname. But yeah, Janneman Malan actually did very well to get as thick an edge to that one as he did. Very important for them to see off these two bowlers and then hopefully can accelerate from there. But a great start. One delivery to go in the fourth. Still in the power play.
This time, Fuller to Ludwig short. The Pavlon missing his length and he dispatches that to the mid-wicket boundary. That's his first boundary. Decent over that time for the Northwest Dragons.
Yeah, 5 coming from that over, and he didn't really get all of this. You'll see that it's a bit more the inside part of the bat. He wanted to hit that over mid-wicket and got it a bit squarer, but the result stays the same. The scoreboard says 4. Doesn't say how it got there.
Yeah, it looks like the same shot he tried to play the other evening when he got bowled first ball. This time maybe staying down on it a bit better. You know, he was quite high up and his body weight forced himself up on Friday evening. This time staying down, his head more into the ball. Not a lot of bat on it, but gets the 4 that he needed to get his innings up and running. Just coming back to John Rapulana, he played a lot of cricket. He's from the Gauteng area. Born in Johannesburg, he played a lot of cricket for the Northwest Dragons back in the semi-pro days under coaching staff that time of Jaco Peens, Dr. Jaco Peens, and then Monty Jacobs. This time on the legs, good throw there by Abrams, hitting the stumps.
Yeah, we actually got a change in bowling. They gave Hardesloon just the 1. They might change ends with him and the Pavlon, just keeping them all fresh, keeping the batters guessing. So you had Abrams coming in, and you mentioned him. He's a very skiddy customer on the deck. He can really get it through, and he's a lot quicker than you would expect.
Yeah, Zahid Abrams, now 28 years old, right-arm fast bowler from the Western Cape Sports School. He's played 33 games, picking up 47 wickets. In for his second delivery. Good length to Ludwig Schultz. Can only defend it 2 points. He made his debut for the Eastern Province versus the Boland back in 2016. He's been around a few years, he has, Gert.
Yeah, he's been around a few years. There was a lot of prospect when he was a bit younger, and he's one of those that's also maturing as his career goes on. He's maturing a lot more, already 28 years of age. Look at that average, 18.78.
This time a bit shorter to Ludwig Schultz, just tucks it back to the bowler, just feels that the wicket's maybe a bit too paced. And one of the reasons could be the amount of rain that we had. Even this morning, Gert, when I woke up at 5 o'clock, it was raining quite steadily outside, predominantly through the day, a lot of rain. So this wicket didn't have the amount of sun that we get used to in Potchefstroom usually. So it could still be quickening up as the evening continues, and where we could possibly see some dew as well later on. Short this time to Ludwig Schultz, but lets it go.
There was definitely a bit of dew on the other night as well. We could see the fielders not able to pick up the balls nice and cleanly. 1 or 2 slips in the outfield as well. And that could be the reason why they decided, let's bowl first, because if it's going to quicken up, it's going to be easier to hit through the line of the deliveries under lights. And then the dew factor comes in. But yeah, I definitely think that getting used to the pace of the wicket after it's been under the covers for such a long time is a big factor. Because you can see the carry from 1 or 2 deliveries that's fuller is almost better than the ones that's back of a length.
Now in for his 5th delivery. This time opening up some width for himself. Does Ludwig Schultz, and he gets it away to the deep square boundary. Deep point boundary for 4.
It's one of those areas that he just loves, doesn't he? He loves the offside. Does Schultz. Just gave himself a bit of room and just made Abrams just try and drag it across him.
You can see him actually being off his feet there when he hit it, when he made contact. Good shot by Ludwig Schultz, just beating Kagiso Rapulana at backward point. This time off the legs, tucks it off the hip to the fine leg, vacant fine leg area. Of course, the fine leg is inside the ring. Sean Whitehead is currently in that position. Good over. Best over so far for the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons. 9 from it. Taking the score now to 26 after 5 overs with 1 over to go in the power play.
Now looking much better for the Eastvaal Reno Dragons. it is something they can really build on. And if they can go unscathed in this power play, then they can really turn it on the back end. As we mentioned, Hardesvloon just changing ends. Coming in. And if they can just make sure that these strike bowlers don't have a say in the game, it might be just the Abrahamses and them that suffer under the bats of Janneman Malan and Schultz.
Yeah, Hardesvloon changing ends now from the university end. His first over went for 5. Fuller this time to Janneman Malan, who beats a diving extra cover. He goes to the boundary for 4. And it looks like the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons just finding their feet on this wicket.
And it almost looks like the patience of the bowlers have run out a little bit. They're searching for that wicket, just going a bit fuller. You can see this one he just wanted to get it over the inner ring. They saw that Jonty was actually creeping up there a little bit. And you could just hear Hardesvloon on our stump mic just asking them, stay on the circle, please.
This time harder length, just tucking it to cover. It's fielded and it's hit by the hits of stumps, and they go through for a second. Cheeky single taken. Good running by the two, good awareness by the two batters.
Oh, great awareness. That ball just lobbed in and just hit the stumps and just took as much pace off it so that they can run through for the second one. And that means 6 from 2 in the last over in the power play. Over 30 runs now, that's exactly what you need. If they can just milk this for another couple of singles, they're right in the pound seats of the power play.
This one quicker by Hardesvloon, digs it in shorter. But Janneman Malan up to the task, pulling it to the deep square fielder. And you can see just Hardesvloon not happy there with his fielder after that. Hitting other stumps, allowing the batters to go through for a second run. And if you want to know how to get your bowler angry, you do that. There's no point in throwing it to the wicket. No chance of a run out. And they go through for a second run. Already now 7 runs off 3 deliveries in this over. Ludwig Schultz on strike. This time full, driven. Well fielded there by Ace Mokopane.
Yeah, and great timing on that one, wasn't it? He really dug it out. He's even looking at the toe end of his bat. And if you really need to fire up a fast bowler like Hardesvloon, as we all know, fast bowlers are normally the nicest people you'll meet on a cricket field.
Friendliest as well.
Yes.
Friendliest as well.
Often gives you some batting tips.
Just looking at the average first innings score on this wicket. This time wide, unsignaled by umpire White. Wide delivery. Hardesvloon having some words there with a second-year student, Ludwig Schultz. First innings average score is 158, of which 160 is in the day and 156 is a day-night. And then teams batting first, 131. And teams batting second, 124, of which 16 were at day-night games. This time, thick outside edge, early call by Janneman Malan. Good running as Ludwig Schultz tries to angle the ball past Sean Whitehead at short third man. But only finding the fielder there. Another single to the score, now 35 without loss after 5.5 overs.
And after he threw that ball, he's just holding his shoulder, is Whitehead. That ball, he normally does have a decent arm. Didn't really come in as much as it would have liked.
This time shorter again by Janneman Malan. Looking for the single, but just getting him a little bit on the arm and part of the body. As that's the end of the power play. After 6 overs, 35 without loss, with Ludwig Schultz on 17 of 15 and Janneman Malan 17 of 21.
That last one wrapping Janneman Malan right on the fingers. And I would love to be at the family braai there. If we just look at the power plays, there was 1 or 2 brilliant deliveries. They started off fantastic, that the bowlers from the Tuskers. That one, very lucky to get away with it. Not even the fielders knew where that one went. This was Hardesvloon coming in. And there's also the drop catch from Janneman Malan. All this happened in 1 over that he bowled from the JB Marks end. That was even the slap in the same over from Janneman Malan.
Yeah, some good shots. Even Darren de Pavillon getting the ball to talk a little bit today in the first 6 overs. Swung the ball nicely away from the right hand at Milan. Excellent bowling spell so far by de Pavillon. We see some shots by Ludwig Schultz, hitting 2 boundaries so far. Backed up by some decent fielding by the Tuskers in the first 6 overs. As we just currently see the physiotherapist of the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons, Jackie Creel, coming out to give some necessary attention to those fingers of Janneman Malan.
Yeah, Hardes Viljoen, one of those bowlers that can really hit the deck and will hurt you, as we see the second boundary in the over of Abrams coming from Schultz. And yeah, I'd like to be at that family prize with Hardes, with his brother-in-law being Faf du Plessis. A bowler versus a batsman. See this one just lifted over the head. This was the last over from Hardes Viljoen, coming in from the varsity end. As we're going to see the return of Sean Whitehead for the 7th. He bowled brilliantly that first over. Really skidded through his over.
Good start again by Whitehead, nice and straight to Schultz. And I think the important thing here for the Northwest Dragons will be how well they can rotate the strike, waiting just for that bad ball, not going to look for it, but thinking how they can hit those sweepers now on the boundary. Oh, but quicker with the hands there from Ludwig Schultz, chipping it straight back to Whitehead. Currently sitting at 100% strike rate. He would like to up the ante as this innings progresses. This time hitting it straight down to long off boundary fielder. Again, 2 dots and a single to start this over is Sean Whitehead. And he's had an excellent competition so far for this, the Moothee Ram Tuskers, picking up 1 for 26 against the Lions, 1 for 21 against the Dolphins, and 1 for 27 against the Titans. Young man from St. Andrews and Bloemfontein. Again, this time not leaving the stump line. And that's just showing the class of Sean Whitehead, understanding left arm turn and bowling it into the wicket, not missing the stump line. Down the wicket this time by Malan, tucking it. Definitely going to be 2 good running for these two, between these 2 batters. Completing those 2 runs, taking the score now to 38.
And they've got a brilliant opportunity with no wickets lost, a right-left combination, both of them being settled at the crease and the field being spread. They can really milk these 1s and 2s. These 2 are brilliant runners between the wicket.
This time giving himself some room is Janneman Malan, but Sean Whitehead follows him into his pads and he can only tap it back in of that over. Again, an excellent over by Sean Whitehead. 2 overs for only 5, as we see the lights at JB Marks Oval still coming on. As we look at the current standings in the competition, Gold Rush Boland, 4 from 4, leading the pack currently on 18 points. And that's followed by the Hollywood Bet Dolphins, 3 from 3 on 13 points, picking up that 2 bonus points in those, 1 bonus point. Then the Darfa Bet Warriors, winning 2, losing 1 this past weekend on 12 points. Western Province on 9, also played 4. Then the Tuskers on 3 played games, and then points total of 4. Then the Titans on 4 points, Dragons on 2, and in stone last position at this stage, only playing 2 games, is the DP World Lions without any points on the board. But I imagine with them getting back all their international stars back from the SAA games, as I'm joined by Mpundulu Makubani, it's going to be a big competition with many games still left in it, MP.
We're just getting to the halfway point of the tournament. And it's this game that could make or break it for some of these teams as well. Because remember, Conrad, that beyond just winning and being at the top of the T20 challenge, where you stand in the T20 challenge determines where you are in the overall relegation and promotion battle, where we take all 4-day, 1-day, and the T20 competition standings into consideration. So it's very important. It's very important that even now the team still chase that victory. And Ziad Abrams bowling wide is not really going to help.
Yeah, you're so right, MP. As the Northwest Dragons currently in their 5th game tonight, they will play the Titans on Friday evening again here at the JB Marks Oval, and they will end their campaign against the Lions next Wednesday at the Wanderers, whereas the Tuskers currently 4 games to go still. This time shorter as Ludwig Schult comes down the wicket and dispatches it over mid-on for a boundary. Looking to like he's finding his feet at this stage, Mpindolo.
The more you stay, the bigger the ball becomes. And like you said earlier on, Conrad, this is exactly how he started his innings previously. He's going to be slow. And then eventually when the time comes, he's going to charge at it. It's a very brave shot charging down the track against Abrams, who's not really particularly slow. It's a good hit, finding the gap for 4.
Yeah, just trying to unsettle Abrams there on his length. Definitely going to be something a bit quicker this time by Zaheed Abrams.
If you take a look as well, in the way that they are defending that leg side, we're outside of the power play now, so they're going to have their cow corner in the deep. They have the long on, and they also have the deep square leg. So 3 fielders on the leg side, asking Ziad Abrams to bowl that ball full and to the stumps. Don't mind shots like that going to where the fielders are supposed to be. They're just much better when they land into the hands.
Shorter this time, and it is a massive hit by Ludwig Schult into the soccer facility right next door to the JB Marks Oval. Magnificent shot, a bit shorter this time from the front foot. Hits it over the deep square boundary fielder. And it looks like new ball, please, Mr. Umpire.
It's a great hit. He's really starting to see it here, Ludwig Schult. Just standing on it. Not really the best delivery either from Ziad Abrams. You want to bowl it short. You want to go to the head. This one just right on that mid-drift. Exactly where any batter would want it to be. Swinging right across the line of his body. And into that soccer field it goes. Massive hit from Schult. And a good way to just up the score now for the Northwest Dragons.
Yeah, as we see some of the spectators asking the football players who's currently busy with exams and preparing for the USA football tournament later or early in December, if they can throw the ball back. They won't be used to a small white ball, would they, Mpindula? Rather a bit larger white ball.
And one that's that hard as well.
Yeah, we sometimes forget how hard a Kookaburra turf is. The way it pings off the bat, you can just hear a good batter making impact with the ball. When it comes to a Kookaburra turf, big difference between that and any other ball being played in the country with. As we see the umpires there with a box of treats.
The most important thing here, though, has just been the patience that has been exemplified by Ludwig Schult and Janneman Malan. And look, the bowling at the beginning of the match was absolutely outstanding from Darren de Pavilon, Houches for Lyon's first over, and even Sean Whitehead. I was actually shocked that they didn't allow Sean Whitehead to bowl a second over, the way he bowled so well in that very first over. And now, with the loosening of the power play and them being there for 22 balls and 24 balls, the fact that they haven't lost a wicket is a great platform for the Dragons here to just up their ante now and really punish the Tuskers for their dropped chances and also capitalize on a great start that they've put here.
Yeah, it is a very good start here by actually both teams. Very good disciplines by the bowlers of the Moothee Ram Tuskers, but also the Dragons not looking to play the same way like they did on Friday evening, where they just threw everything at the ball with Anrich Norkier, Ethan Bosch, Tristan Lees bowling very quickly. Just think they maybe a bit out of their league, not the very best game plans that they had. This time up to the bat, and it's so well played by Ludwig Schult, just opening up the blade to a ball a bit wider, and he goes to the boundary quite square, our third man. Excellent cricket shot, just showing you the class of the young man.
50 runs up as well. for the Eastvaal Reno Northwest Dragons. Very good hands from Ludwig Schultz. He's been using brute force for the past couple of boundaries, and then this one just shows finesse. Look at that. Meeting the pitch of the ball, transferring his weight so well onto that front foot to just allow the ball to come into him and guide it down to that third boundary.
Yeah, as the rate achieved now goes above 6.5, currently on 6.8, score 53. This time just holding the ball back, rolling his fingers over it for the end of the over. Big over there for the Northwest Dragons. Score now 53 after 8. You can see Ludwig Schultz on 32 of 24, definitely upping the strike rate. Janneman Malan just going below a runner ball at this stage, but he will get the pace on as he sees it better and as he gets used to the pace of this wicket. I said earlier to Gert Pundolo that the average first innings score in day-night games at the JB Marks Oval was 156. And I think the Northwest Dragons would love to actually get about to 170 to make it a very competitive score here this evening. And we can expect some deal. Thought there was a bit of spice on this wicket earlier when the game started at 5 o'clock. That's just the wicket being under covers for the majority of the last 2 days. As we see Sean Whitehead back into the attack for his third over. Janneman Malan dancing down the wicket and just hitting it straight down the ground to mid-on.
Though the game was being played in Cape Town, Western Province showed that sometimes the bats and the runs that you set might just not be enough. Northwest put on 186 runs. And so they failed to defend that. They actually left 3 overs. They covered that score in 3 overs. So, like you said earlier on, the game is of multiple disciplines. It's not just about your batting. Your bowling and your fielding is going to be important here. But nonetheless, it's really been a good start from Malan and from Ludwig Schultz here.
Yeah, no. Mpundula, I also think they realizing that Sean White is bowling a good spell, and sometimes you just got to allow a bowler to bowl his good balls, putting pressure on the 2 batters, see him out, taking 4-5 runs to the over, target the other 16 overs that's going to be bowled to you. Very important. There's no wickets lost so far, as Ludwig Schultz tucks this to long on, but the fielder does very good work from that boundary area, chucking it on the bounce into Sean Whitehead, going for a ball so far in this over. 2 balls to go in his third over, only going for 9 so far. Now this time, Janneman Malan rocking on the back foot, just closing his blade on it, keeping the fielder at long on, giving him some work to do. 5 singles so far on this over, and Mpundula, that's fine as well. You know, singles, still runs, rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking.
Especially when you're not losing wickets. The transition from the power play into the open field is very important. So often you'd find players just losing their marbles a little bit because they have more space and they try to be more aggressive than they should be, take over the batting because they've survived the power play without any wickets. Now it's 9 overs gone at 59 runs. But the most important thing is no wickets lost. And so once you get to your overs number 11s, overs number 12s, as a team, you can actually start accelerating a little bit earlier because you've given yourself such a really good platform. And if you go through this Northwest lineup, they still have extremely good players down the line. Vian Lerber absolutely ended the lines in that 4-day game, which shows that he can play here as well. And you have vast other talented players coming back. Ruan Swart extends that batting lineup even further. So you ask yourself, when for the Tuskers are they supposed to get worried? And I think we've reached that time, Conrad, where the Tuskers should be worried that they haven't gotten a wicket.
Yeah, as we see Sean Gilson coming to the attack, leg break bowler, playing in his 10th game, 26 years of age. He's a former Tuks player. Spent many a year there for the University of Pretoria Cricket Club. Economy of 6.6. Excellent young bowler. It started off with the off spinner, more traditional, and that's, I think, actually he is an off spinner, if I'm not mistaken, having seen him over the years playing university cricket. Mpundula, I think the Dragons did a very smart thing here as well. They selected 3 spinners in their lineup. As we can see, a bit of turn there for Sean Gilson. So they included Jay de Klerk tonight in the place of, I think it's Aishel Kluter, who's not playing today. He's the player left out. And of course, the Northwest Dragons lost Dion Forrester to the SAA team currently in India. So for the Tuskers, they've got Whitehead as well as Sean Gilson, but in the armory of the Dragons, they've got Seleka, Jay de Klerk, and then the captain, Vian Libber. Oh, nearly a chance there at the extra cover where Jonty Rupalana nearly took a blinder of a diving catch as the batters complete 2 runs.
Tough near miss. Earlier on, it was Andile Mokhakane who had a chance. Barely calling that a chance is impossible. Even that for Jonty Rupalana, the fact that he made an effort is what counts here for the Tuskers.
Shorter this time by Gilson as Ludwig Schult rocks onto the back foot and hits it on the embankment for another 6. Excellent cricket shot. Mark of a good player, making some room for himself deep into the crease and allowing those arms to through the delivery. Score now taken to 67 without loss inside the 10th over. And the rate currently going at 6.8. This time he nicks it off. Does Ludwig Schult. Tries to cut it to the offside. But gets a thick top edge where the keeper Zuma takes an excellent catch. First wicket in Mpundula for the Tuskers.
They really needed it. It was getting to those danger signs where this partnership could have gone further and further. The most important thing here for the Dragons, or for the Tuskers rather, is that they got the key wickets of Ludwig Schult, who's the one who was taking it on to the Tuskers bowlers. Not the greatest delivery from Sean Gilson. Just going away from the line of the ball. Had to reach for it. Could only get as far as an edge. It's a good grab from Tandoenkosi Zuma.
Good innings there by Ludwig Schult, giving him some time. Scoring 43 of 32 deliveries. 5 fours and 2 sixes. Excellent strike rate, over 134. He's had a good series so far, has Ludwig Schult. So we see the captain, Vian Libber, coming into the crease. Definitely looking at the combinations here. Still a right-handed batter, now joined by another left-handed batter. But interesting, Mpundula, is the amount of turn that Sean Gilson is actually getting from this wicket.
You spoke earlier on about the grass being on the surface because there's been rain, there's been undercovers. Vian Libber is going to have all of that experience at 113 innings now and over 2,000 runs, and even including a century in his arsenal. So they're going to need all of that experience, Vian Libber, especially with that turn that we're speaking of. Because of that grass, it's not laid down flat, it's not rolled flat in that sheen. So it's still a little bit live. And so when the ball grips, you are expecting to get more turn, especially now that we've lost the lacquer on the ball. So it's not going to skid on as it did in the start. And so now the spin is going to be a bit more effective too.
There's definitely some grip for the spinners. I think the captain of Northwest Dragons, Vian Libber, will be very happy for the fact that there's three spinners that he can use later on tonight. As we see Sean Whitehead completing his spell. Very economical so far, only going for 12th in his 3 overs that he's bowled. Good numbers from Vian Libber. Age 32 already. Decent enough average at 21.7. That strike rate, that's a healthy strike rate. 129. 12 50s in a century, as you mentioned, Mpundula. Going on to the sweep shot, first ball up to Whitehead. That's a ploy we haven't seen so far. Of course, the ball's turning back into the left-hand batter, but not an option that Ludwig Schult used.
was happy to go back onto the back foot, Ludwig Schultz, and just work Whitehead around the field and use the spaces. And when the short one came, went big.
Janneman Milan again meeting him down the wicket. Vian Libber calling for the second. It's going to be tight. No, it's not. Two very good runs by the Northwest Dragons. And that's the intent we like to see in Pendulo. You know, tucking it, getting that fielder. Maybe the fielder's just hugging the boundary a little. Ball's just tucked inside the ring and allowing them to go through for 2 runs. Excellent by the batters. Yeah, this time just dead bats it to the extra cover fielder. Again, good running by these two. They would know each other very well, having played a lot of cricket here in Potchefstroom over the years.
I think also the most important thing here for Janneman Malan is the fact that he's not in really good rhythm. So when that's the case, you try to get those ones going.
This time straight over the top by Janneman Malan. And they turn again for another one. Going to be tight. No, it's not. Again, another 2 to the scoreboard. Good batting here by Vian Libber. Just rotating the strike. Running hard between the wickets. Very good intent by these two batters.
7 runs in the overs already. And I love the fact that they're changing these ones into 2s now. They're really putting pressure. And you're going to see the field come in, which might allow them to try and hit over the top now. And really work and manipulate the field around.
This time a bit shorter by Whitehead. Last ball of his spell. As Vian Libber rocks back and just hits it down the ground too long on. Excellent spell by Sean Whitehead. Going for 19 in his 4 overs. That's what you want from your left-arm turner. Making it very difficult for the batters of Northwest to score if him. Didn't bowl a bad ball in those 24 allotted deliveries that he had.
Was absolutely superb, Sean Whitehead. Talk about being unbreakable. They couldn't break him. Now you can join the unbreakable spirit as well with the Proteas. Long season ahead. We're going to start off with the Proteas women playing against Ireland, starting on the 5th. Then it's going to be West Indies going to be playing the Proteas men. So ensure that you get your tickets now on cricket.co.za. Was an hour. Let's all enjoy some cricket. Here's Sean Gilson continuing with his work.
Not a big summer for the Proteas in our country, unfortunately. We know they're getting themselves ready for the T20 World Cup early next year. I think the West Indies are coming. 3 games at this stage in Pendulo. As Gilson continues. Oh, excellent deliveries. Definitely putting some turn on it. You can see the energy behind the ball in his action. He's always been a very good bowler, Sean Gilson. What he does well is there's just that little bit of turn that he's getting. Reverse this time by Vian Libber. That's an excellent cricket shot. It's more like a reverse slap. And not going to the deep point area, but hitting it more finer to that area. Picking up a very important boundary to start off his innings with a boundary.
Never know what you're going to expect with Vian Libber. He can play you textbook cricket, then he can whip you one of those. Not really a bad ball from Sean Gilson. I think he knew exactly what he wanted to do with the ball before it even came. Because there's a large open space behind the inner ring if you go over the top. Which he really does well, Vian Libber.
This time short and he pulls and it's a maximum. That's a big one for Vian Libber. Excellent cricket shot. Sean Gilson maybe trying to overcorrect. Go a bit straighter. Maybe a touch quicker. But this time missing both, missing his length, missing his line as Vian Libber rocks back and hits it over the deep mid-wicket area. Beautiful cricket shot by Vian Libber.
Hitting it straight into the 5FM corner. Might as well change it and make it 6FM. What a great hit that from Vian Libber.
Next ball down the ground. That is running hard. Janneman Malan turning. That is superb cricket now by the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons. Not only scoring in boundaries, but also understanding how important those 1s and 2s are to keep the scoreboard alive, to keep it ticking. Putting a lot of pressure now on the bowler. After 4 deliveries, going for 12 already, has Sean Gilson. Now to finish off his over. down the ground again, this time by Janman Malan, by Vian Lebo. Doesn't give him time to go through the second as the captain, Michael Erlang, picks it up.
Vian Leber's taking off exactly where Ludwig Schultz left off. Was starting to be accelerative. Ludwig Schultz hitting good shots for 4s and 6s and then losing his wicket as was trying to cut one, fine for 4. And Vian Leber's just come in and worked himself so easily as if he's been there for a long time. 19, only from 9 deliveries.
This time a bit slower by Sean Gilson as Janneman Malan again uses his feet, but can only tuck it to the deep square boundary where Kagiso Rapelana picks it up. End of the 12th over, 89 for 1. Rate achieved now jumped to 7.4.
It's because of shots like these. Coming in, Vian Leber, playing expressive cricket, creative cricket, and that's the shot that actually messed up Sean Gilson's line, and he threw the next one short and straight and got smashed over the top. And after that, you don't really need to do much. You can just work the over around and ensure that you maximize the score. And so you just need 1 or 2 balls in the over to really damage the bowler and to take you forward, especially if you have so many wickets in hand.
Yeah, it just looks like a different game plan that they have tonight. Me and Gert actually spoke about this earlier on Friday evening. Chasing 155 and 17 overs from Bundulo, it just looked like they wanted to play 5th gear cricket from ball 1. It started with Ludwig Schultz hoiking the ball over extra cover, not making impact, losing 4 wickets inside the power play, a shortened power play for that matter. But you can't play catch-up cricket the whole time. Whereas this evening, they actually started off slowly, playing cricket shots, rotating the strike. And 12 overs in, they're scoring at 7.4, and they've still got 9 wickets in the bank. As Hardes Viljoen continues, this time full to Janneman Malan. No appeal, as it would have missed leg stump by some way, but they can go through for a leg bye. So my point that I'm trying to make is in Mpundulo, they definitely had a chat in the change room or earlier this week. Say, how are we going to play? What's the best opportunity for us as a batting unit to score 160, 170, putting pressure on the opposition batting first?
And they've attacked it in a really smart way. You felt as if they were a little bit too conservative starting off their innings, but clearly it's a plan that Coach Alexander and Coach Levinson really spoke about, and the players are executing it well. Fortunately, we couldn't get the ideology of the captains prior to the game down at the toss. But the important thing here is that they are performing like this, and they didn't even win that set toss. It was the Tuskers who said we are going to field first.
This time by Vian Leber over the deep mid-wicket area. Didn't get all of it, as there's a great effort by the fielder there who had to make many a yard, but can only dive over it. And that's another boundary to Vian Leber, who's now finding his feet. 21 from 9 deliveries. Definitely trying to up the ante here for the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons.
Didn't really get all of it. It's a great effort from Andile Mohakane in the deep. Good fielder, Mohakane. Just didn't get low enough to get the ball back. Strong hit from Leber. Statement shot indeed.
This time Fuller, more of a York length to Vian Leber. Again, gets a bottom half of the bat on it, but they can go through for a single. But again, Mpundulo, that's what wickets in hand can give you. It can give you that freedom to play more shots at the back end of the innings. You know, as I said earlier to Gert as well, you can never win a game in the power play, but you can definitely lose it. And if you can keep those wickets in hand in 2020 cricket, play some shots at the back end, because this time off the hip, pick up shot by Janneman Malan. Valiant effort by the fielder there, but it goes for a boundary. I think it's Shackleton. Big effort by him. But the umpire does show boundary, it seems.
Slight little confusion between Shackleton and Ziad Abrams as they were coming towards the ball. I think there was slight hesitation from Shackleton because the ball was placed right in between the two. So just momentarily. And
this time over, Mid-off goes Janneman Milan, allowing some freedom in his arm, some width. And that's back-to-back boundaries to the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons. As the run rate achieved goes up to 8.2.
Infectious. Ball hitting is infectious. Vian Lerber came in and he accelerated the score, hitting 2 4s and a 6, and now it has infected Janneman Milan. Started very slow. Got right under that. Well placed shot. Risk free. And he gets his reward. And it's 100 runs up also for the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons.
I just wanted to say, it doesn't seem like Janneman's timing it so well, and then he hits one like that in Pendolo. And again, this time, fuller delivery, targeting the feet of Janneman Milan. Clips it to the deep mid-wicket boundary where Shackleton picks it up. Big over again to the Northwest Dragons, going for 15. That's Hardus Falloon now in 3 overs, going for 28. As the score is on 104 for 1 after 13 overs.
It's not easy being a fast bowler out there. It seems easier to be bowling your spin and slowing the ball down with the ball gripping. That's why Michael Erlangs believes it's a good idea for him to come in with his own version of spin bowling. Now you have 4 spin bowlers in operation for the Moothee Tuskers. And clearly, it's a good ploy. It's a good idea from what we've seen with Sean White and Sean Gilson. But can you get the lengths correct? Because the margin of error is so short, especially when 2 batters are looking to up the ante. You can't be too short. You're going to be pulled. You can't be too full. You're going to get smashed as well.
Michael Erlang into his first over. Deep into the feet again of Janneman Milan, who just clips it to the mid-wicket fielder. Go through for a single. Yeah, I think it's a 2-paced wicket. There's a certain pace as a seamer or as a quick you got to bowl. If you're going to miss, you got to miss up to the bat. If you're going to miss short, I think the ball sitting up, it's easy to free the arms in Pendulo. The more pace you take off it, and that's why it's interesting to me that we haven't seen Ace Mokopane actually with a bit of a seam, because he's not the quickest, but he hits his areas. We haven't seen him into the attack so far. Oh, excellent stuff there by Michael Erlang, feeling off his own delivery. Maybe Janneman Milan a bit trigger happy, thinking that there's already a single that could be taken, but as the captain throws himself in the way of that, can we see a big shot this over by Janneman Milan? Good delivery again. Another single to the scoreboard. Pendulo, just, all the varieties that bowlers can bowl. That's something that can be exploited at this time. I think instead of just going normal, traditional seam up hard into the wicket, because it's not working at this stage for the Tuskers. As there's a wicket for the Tuskers, Vian Libber being run out, trying to back up, and again, excellent fielding by Michael Erlang. Hit straight down the ground. Vian Libber thinking that there's definite single on, but a good hand by Michael Erlang, stopping it and just taking the bowls off as the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons loses their second wicket. Just on the replay again, good shot. Vian basically running himself out there in Pendulo.
Very unfortunate way to lose your wicket, especially in the way that he was playing Vian Lerber. He was going for the run, and you are not mad for the way he's backing up. But the ball was played straight back, and Michael Erlang, peace of mind to double take the ball and realize that the batter is out of his position. He didn't even give him time to run back. He was on it on a flash, Michael Erlang, and he ripped those bails out in a blink of an eye. An unfortunate way to lose your wicket here for the Dragons. They're 2 down now. But still, another talented batter coming in. Lesiba Ngwepe at number 4.
I can see Vian Libber being very cross with himself as he walks off. He knows that's just a mistake on his part. Just the awareness, expecting it to be a single. And in the end, Michael Erlang doing excellent work. As we see Lesiba Ngwepe's numbers, been around the block for many a year. 97 games, 1,357 runs, averaging 17. It's something that he would like to get up as his career continues. And this time there's a big outside edge And the captain again in the thick of things, as the big wicket now of Janneman Malan. Just getting to that strike rate of 100. Not playing much of a shot, just trying to angle his bat, and he gets an edge to the keeper, Zuma. And that's 3 down for the Northwest Dragons.
Bang, bang for Michael Erlang. What a great bowling change. Inspirational from the captain. He comes in and he smashes 2 wickets. First one, a great fielding effort. The second one, just a loose stroke as well from Janneman Malan. Just caught in between 2 minds on what he wanted to do. Finds the feather, and Zuma gets his second dismissal.
Yeah, the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons now on a team hat-trick. Not something that we see often, even though me and you have seen many things nowadays in Bundulo. We've seen team hat-tricks. We've seen 5 in 5 in person.
Seen the most craziest of things, and here the crazy thing is, if this start is not utilized by the Northwest Dragons, 3 players with double-digit scores, 43, 37, 23. You need to ensure that you take this forward now for the Northwest Dragons, but Erlang is causing problems.
New batter in is Mikhail Prince, who starts off well, just hitting it down the ground where Hardus Viljoen picks it up. End of the 14th over, 107 for 3, as Gert Maloney comes into the attack for the commentators with 6 overs to go.
The many things Conrad de Swart referring to earlier on in the schools SA20. We saw 5 wickets and 5 balls from Keegan Cockburn. Might see him in action later on this year. But Sean Whitehead, that economy rate is so good. Darren de Pavilon still has 2 overs to go in the innings, and he's been the pick of the quickies. But the wickets belong to Sean Gilson and Michael Erlang, and a run out as well. So many runs being taken from Hardus Viljoen, Ziad Abrahams. And speaking of Abrahams, he comes back into the attack. Mikhail Prince, he'll be facing.
Yeah, average of 22, 116 strike rate. Highest score of 83 and not out. That was one where he really looked like he was going to convert it into 100. He bats very deep into his crease against Abrams. Just gets off the mark, a gentle jot down. Just make sure that there's a bit of a partnership brewing here. We saw a 67 partnership opening stand between Malan and Schult, and then Schult went out, and then a 39 between Vian Libbe and Malan, and then a bang bang. And Michael Erlang, the run out, and also the big wicket of Malan, causing 2 new batters to be at the crease, and this will just stem the flow of runs a bit, Pendulo.
Wickets have magic. We've all seen, we've all know this. And it's going to be important here for the Tuskers to smell the blood and to go onto the attack now before this partnership re-establishes again. Because you've, like you said, strong first partnership, strong second partnership. Attack whilst the iron is hot. 2 new batters, 1 ball, 2 ball for Prince. Get in there.
Leading wicket takers in this 25-26 series is Imran Manak. He's on 8 wickets in the 4 games, as there's a quick single taken. The Sibangwepe doesn't really need a invitation to run. He's like a bullet out of a gun. And then you also got Lenton Stierman, who's on. We got a couple of 7s there.
I think also what's going to hurt the most here for the Tuskers is seeing Keith Dudgeon, former man in their squad, then left in the season they got relegated, going to Poland.
Oh, this one is swept. A lovely shot by Mikhail Prince, getting his 4th tally on the go. It's not a shot that would please Ziad Abrams.
It shouldn't be a ball that pleases Ziad Abrams either here, Gert. Full down the leg side. It's an invitation for Mikhail Prince to play the shot that he did. Surely he wasn't playing it to be aerial near Darren de Pavilon. But you want to be a little bit too full there, Ziad Abrams. Oh, he fetched it, Mikhail Prince. It was almost at that line, just outside the off stump. And they're coming back for two. And it's very good running here.
Phenomenal running, and all the pressure that is being absorbed by these two batters and immediately thrown back into the Tuskers half. Say, you want our wickets, you better get it, because now we're going to run you out of it. One more delivery to go, and this over already going for 10. And look at that, just scampered single as Hardesvloen comes in. There's chance of a run out, and a great dive by Mikhail Prince. 12 runs coming from it, and immediately calling for the fissure. He might have just winded himself.
It's incredible running from Mikhail Prince. 2 balls in a row. Says, no, I'm going to attack that fielder down in the deep. And it's very intentionally played, and it's very intentionally done. Sean Whitehead couldn't cover. And it's not like Hardesvloen was very deep, because he attacked that ball ferociously. And it's Hardesvloen. He has one of the strongest arms. So Prince knew exactly what he wanted to do. Springs on his legs. Very good running.
Yeah, phenomenal running. It's almost like they realize that Adelank is a danger, so they might just milk him. But these two, the Sibang Gwepe and Mikhail Prince, is lightning between the wickets. And this is going to cause the Tuskers just to decide, are they happy with giving the one and staying on the ring and staying in deep, or are they going to try and cut off the one and the chance of giving away the second? This one is aerial, but safe. To that man, Hardesvloen. This time, they're not going to take him on.
Every single time, they're thinking 2 is going to be on for Mikhail Prince and Ngwebe. And this is where the timing of the shots also matters. You don't want to hit it too hard. You want it to trot to the fielder. Make the fielder work to come towards to the ball. Because the quicker it reaches the fielder, the less time you have for that second run, which is what you saw previously with Ngwebe. So the timing here of the shots needs to be soft, needs to be a delicate touch, so that you can take advantage of the spaces in the field.
Using his feet, and again, Adelank is so good off his own bowling, isn't he?
Don't want to take too many chances. But you're not mad at the feet movement there from Prince looking to go to the attack.
This time using his partner as a shield on the other end. An easy one.
But also you did say they've seen Michael Erlang being the threat. So touch more respect, you assume. But also it's very good bowling from Erlang. We see Prince trying to use his feet. Didn't work. He could only hit it straight back to the bowler. And even now with Ngwebe, he has to put in a lot of work to even get inside the line of the ball so that it can create some sort of width. It's very tight bowling here from Erlang. Gets too much on the bat, and it's only 1.
But great work between these two, making that right-left combination working for them. This one is misdirected. It's given as a wide. Brad White had thoughts about it, might have flicked the pad. He said, no, there was nothing on it. It's you're going to bowl that one again, Michael?
And also, if you take a look at the pitch, right on the stumps, you see the red line, and then you see those blue lines. Those blue lines are an experiment being tried by Cricket South Africa for the down the leg wide. Not every ball down the leg will be signaled wide.
Used his feet down the throat. And it's Sean Gilson that says, thank you very much. We'll have another one. It's that man again, Michael Adelank. Must admit, a bit of a silly shot by Sibang Gwepe. No need to do it. They were milking it nicely. No need to give it away. They were just getting a partnership going. Silly shot.
Completely unnecessary for the situation that they are in. Michael Erlang has been the danger bowler, and they find it so difficult to score against him. His lengths have been exceptional. The speed that he's bowling has also been really good. He tries to get to the pitch of the ball. He really can't. And you are correct, Gert. Just working the ball around, getting ones, getting twos, especially because he's been the dangerous bowler. And then you try to take it over on the other side. Ziad Abrahams hasn't been good with his control. And you also look at Sean Gilson, who's been a touch expensive in his second over. And you really question, was I supposed to hit that shot? But it's 4 wickets down.
Yeah, he didn't really get to... He tried to get to the pitch, didn't get there, and then he still tried and forced it as well. You can see there, maybe just would have been better off just to push it down the ground. Take a 1 to Sean Gilson instead of getting it aerial. But yeah, giving a wicket away. Crucial time, and it's Michael Erlang again as Rohan de Swart comes to the crease. He's the inclusion in the game today. You see his figures there, Pendula. Strike rate of 100.
He has a sweet first-class record, a wonderful 50-over record. Doesn't reflect in the T20 game. Very small average. Strike rate is not good enough at 100. But those numbers don't reflect the skill of the left-handed all-rounder. A pure all-rounder. As good a bowler as he is a batter. But right now, Mikhail Prince, he has to take charge and take the lead against Tupavalon, who's been good.
Oh, that one just stayed down a little bit. He bowled brilliantly in his opening spell. He came from the varsity end. Had a lot of lateral movement, but it's one of those guys, I think, doesn't matter how old the ball will be, he'll still get some swing. This ball is only 16 overs old, so he'll probably bowl number 17 and then the number 19 as well.
And don't forget, he's one of the fastest bowlers in the country. An easily 145 plus bowler, and he looks so effortless bowling it.
Great fielding. That one was middle, just could not penetrate.
Very lucky that went straight into the hands. Not really a good ball, but still, Gert, notice that the ball is just slightly moving away from Mikhail Prince. It's keeping low and it's moving away. So he has to deal with two things here, Mikhail Prince, and I would love to see the Tupavalon just target that off stump, make use of the ball moving away, make use of the fact that the ball might be keeping low.
Oh, this one is absolutely flat battered into the covers. Not really sure what he tried there, but that was an easy dispatch for Mikhail Prince.
Even the fans are happy about that. They're really supporting the crowd here as his students. But you really question that ball from Darren Tupavalon. What was he trying to do indeed? It's a half, it's a long hop that is way wide. He did well to reach it and to actually play it, Mikhail Prince, so deep in his crease. And the placement was really good. Poor ball from Tupavalon.
Much better length. That's where he needed to be. That was a 1, no matter that Parnell had a bit of a tumble there. Would have been 1 anyway.
Very interesting that we haven't seen Wayne Parnell bowl, actually. He was the reason why that the Tuskers won their previous game versus the Lions, but it was the bat that talked, hitting 6 fours in that final over for the Tuskers to win by 2 runs. The Lions couldn't chase it down. Very strange that he hasn't bowled here. But also at the same time, the only 2 bowlers, Sean Gilson and Ziad Abrahams, have been the poorer ones in context. It's been a decent bowling performance from the Tuskers otherwise.
Yeah, especially because he's a left armer as well. Would have given you a bit of a different angle. Not really needed tonight thus far. Oh, there's that one kept up a little bit. There's a bit of extra oomph in that one.
They played together, these two. Darren Tupavalon, former Dolphins man down in Durban. Rohan de Swart, also a former Dolphins man down in Durban. So they might know each other pretty well, Darren Tupavalon and Rohan de Swart. Closing him off of any room, getting that extra bounce. Even extra pace from Darren Tupavalon at that time. can barely see the ball flash past Ruan de Swart. So it's going to be a fascinating contest.
Oh, this time just clearing that man on extra cover. It's 4 runs. You can see him just moving across to the offside. And he gave it a good old-fashioned thumping to Ruan de Swart.
But did you hear the sound of the bat? Goodness me. The faster they come, the faster they go. Especially if you're going to get a good connection with it. Like I said, these two, they know each other. They know each other pretty well. Excellent first ball from Darren de Pavalon. But look at this response from Ruan de Swart.
Just clearing that man, and it's a forfer. And it's a business end. It's 17 overs gone. 3 to go, 133 for 4. Now you got to look at targets. Pendulo, where would you be happy if you are in the Dragons dressing room?
Last 3 overs, you have to look at minimum 10 runs to the over. So 160 here would be an excellent score for the Dragons.
This one is up in the air. Is it going to be another one? And Sean Gilson says just as easy as the previous one. And Michael Erlang says, it's my lucky day.
What a change. What a change for Michael Erlang. He's contributed in 4 wickets now. A stunning run out to start the collapse for the Dragons. But then their shot selection against his bowling have just been so questionable. They are constantly hitting the ball against the spin as well, making their job even more harder. And you can see instant regrets as he hit the ball up into the air. And he loses his wicket after a very well played innings, Mikhail Prince. Oh, it's halfway down now.
And Sean Gilson had a bit of a stare down as we see him catching that one, just having a bit of a look and says, hold on. Did anyone think I was going to miss that? Not a chance. And that is another wicket. Michael Erlang. Oh boy, what a day he's having.
He's really awesome. Doing a great job. Changing everything. Mikhail Prince is not happy. But they still have a dependable player. Diego Rozier. He's going to come in now. 850s in his record. 31 years old now, Diego Rozier. Decent strike rate at around 126, but now we need that strike rate going as close to 200 as possible, especially since they still have those 5 wickets in hand. Michael Erlang, though, is not making it easy. Look at those figures. 3 for 8.
Just getting off the mark. There might be a double. Yes, it is. There's going to be a run out. Oh, better throw, and he was in dire straits. Diego Rozier, not the quickest man across the park, but he made good ground.
This is not the first time we've seen poor throws coming from the field, even from strong arms like Hardus Viljoen. That's the pressure of knowing that you are going to run that too and putting your head down.
Oh, sweep shot, just uppish, but he found a lot of green. It's just the one.
Just putting your head down and running hard. Look at that. You try to cover the second run, and it's John De Rapulana, one of the better fielders in the country, really. And even he too panicked when he needed to charge in the throw, because you want to do everything so quickly, Gert. You are off balance. You haven't centered your line. You haven't centered your aim on where the ball must go. You just chuck it in hope. So it's very good running.
Gave himself a bit of room trying to access that offside. Just the one thus far. 4 runs and the wicket. 2 overs, 2 deliveries to go, and still an over for Michael Erlang as well. And then only 2 overs left. Will he bowl number 20? That'll be the interesting one. Oh, great work done there. Great work done. Finding the outside edge.
You bowl him that final over. The 3 wickets he's gotten have been the batters trying to hit him hard and hit him out of the ground. And that's what they need, to hit him out of the ground. But they can't.
Again, lovely shot. This one is straight as a die. And Michael Erlang couldn't get a hand on that one. It's a forfeit. And Rowan de Swart says, I'm on the charge.
Just heard him say, choo, Michael Erlang, as the ball was charging past him. It's a very good hit from Rowan de Swart. Like we said, not a bad player to come in. Very talented Rowan de Swart. And he hit that clean. He hit that very hard. And notice, even Michael Erlang was trying to compensate for the movement. But there's only so far you can go down the wide line. And he tried to follow Rowan de Swart. He moved very far. Very far. Nifty feet. And he was able to hit that over the top for 4 runs.
As we see, Hardes Viljoen going to be bowling the penultimate over. It's gone for 28 runs. Malan took a liking to him in his third.
Not sure. But it's these moments when we say we're not sure that the genius of the captain comes to shine. But Hardes Viljoen hasn't been on it tonight, especially with no slower balls coming in, no diversity in the lines. It's only been hitting hard lengths and going short. And that's exactly what the batters are looking for here on this surface. And so maybe I would have gone for another over for De Pavilon and Erlang to close it off in some way or the other. But maybe Erlang was not expecting to be this effective.
Or maybe even they might have changed ends with De Pavilon. He might be bowling 20 from the other end. Let Hardes bowl the 19th and he might be bowling the 20th from the varsity end, where he started off with. And it's a very interesting ploy as Diego Rosier is going to face Hardes Viljoen coming around the wicket at him. I doubt there's going to be a lot in his half of the pitch.
And that's why we have that deep square leg and that deep fine leg.
This one is worked. Is it into the gap? Yes, it is. Great placement by Rosier. You got to question this from Hardes Viljoen.
Too much speed. The quicker they come, the quicker they go. Diego Rosier finds the gap. It's very well placed. But that's not... I don't know if that's the ball. Just right up there. Easy flick of the wrist. And he splits the players in half.
Oh, this one is just opened the face of the bat full again. And it's another forfeit. And all of a sudden, the impetus being put on this Dragons innings, and it brings the 150 up in style. Just look at them sharing a happy smile there.
That is painful. It's not the worst delivery, but geez, it hurts. The fine leg, the third, is too fine. It's too square, rather. It's too square. It's almost as if the ball has been edged past the fourth slip. That's where you have your third. And so, is he really bowling for the field that he's set? I'm not really sure, because he should be on that armpit. He should be on that chest. That's it. Much better. It's going to fall into no man's land, though. But that's the length you want. You don't want to be up there and flirting with the stumps with the field that you've just set. That's a good ball from Viljoen.
Yeah, that's what makes Hardes so difficult to play, is that he doesn't have to be that short, but he will get extra bounce because he's a strong man, he's a well-built guy, he's big shoulders, and he gets that ball to really hit the deck, even if you're deep in your crease. There's the second one. We saw Schultz also get one of those that just took off from the deck.
He's bowling the lengths he should have bowled at the start of the match right now. And the lengths that he bowled at the start of the match are the lengths that he should be bowling right now. And so that first ball, that third ball, which went for one, it's a perfect example of that. Now he has to adjust his line.
Oh, this one you can just hear it on the stump mic just saying push it too easy. And it's a well-placed once again. One thing about a JB Marks Oval, there's a lot of room for twos. It is one of the biggest fields in the country. So to make those ones into twos is pretty easy, Pence.
Still need to run hard, and it's working the fielders here. It's working the bowler's mind. Where must he bowl now? He's already gone for 11 runs.
Oh, now he gets a full toss. He gets away with it. not in the direction where he was aiming. But if you ask Ruan de Swart, he'll tell you that's placement.
Well, it's justice, I suppose. Not the best ball from Viljoen. He's really struggling. A full toss on the legs. That should be 4 runs. It should be 6 runs even. Well, the cricket gods allow Ruan de Swart to get away with it because it even goes past Darren to Pavilon at short third.
That is the penultimate over. Last delivery gone for 4 once again. It is a massive over. It is 19 runs coming from it. And there's a big man, Hardus Viljoen, that's done his 4. He's gone for 47 runs and 161 for a loss of 5. 6 legal deliveries left. And Pendulo, you look frustrated.
No Andile Mukhakane. No Wayne Parnell. There should have been a sign that let's carry on with Darren de Pavilon or use Michael Erlang. Now, Michael Erlang has an over unbowled and he's been the best bowler in the team. Just a slight captaining error, you might say, because the guy who would have used this pitch the most with his off cutters and his middle paces didn't bowl at all.
Yeah, interesting to maybe find out. In this one, you could just see Ruan de Swart just teeing off and stand and deliver stuff. It's to sign off the 19th. And now they still got wickets in hand. 6 deliveries to go. And it's Darren de Pavilon that's going to continue. He's going to finish it out for us. Bowl the 20th. But, oh, you've got to feel that Michael Erlang, why didn't he bowl out his 4?
He really should have bowled that 19th. He should be bowling now. He should have just continued with the momentum. Sometimes the game tells you what needs to happen. And so Michael Erlang should have been bowling this current over because no one was able to hit him. No one was able to solve what he was doing. And sometimes as a captain, if you are the man for the job, back yourself as the man for the job. And this was just missed.
Moothee ran Tuskers, started off brilliantly with this man, and now they hope that he can close it out for them as well.
He's been brilliant, Darren de Pavilon. What a great acquisition for the Tuskers. He's been superb even from the 4-day series and right now in the T20 series.
Trying to stand and deliver once again. Are they going to come back for the second? No, they're not. Sean Gilson is one of those that is deceptively quick across the park.
Tall lad. He might bowl spin, but he covers a lot of distance with each step. And you see, the way you handled Sean Gilson, you gave us 2 overs, you went for a couple of runs. Not your night, buddy. Let's take a seat. Let's try something else. And so sometimes as a captain, you just need to throw it out there and hope that it works because it has been working. So it's an unfortunate situation for Hardus Viljoen. Sometimes it's just not your night.
Well, this one is worked. Is it going to be a chance for a single? Yes, it is. What does Brad White say? Was that off the bat? Was that off the pad? He says, nah, it's a leg byes.
I think the key here with what's working for Darren de Pavilon, though he's full, it's his lines. His lines are so good. And even his lengths are brilliant because the batters actually need to move around the crease in order to create any space to hit the ball. So it's excellent bowling from Darren de Pavilon. He hasn't given anything on the legs. He hasn't given anything too wide. Everything has been on the stump line.
Oh, this one is given a bit of air, and it's a maximum for Ruan de Swart. That's exactly what the Dragons would have ordered.
What a player. What an absolute clutch player, Ruan de Swart. When you need him with the ball, he's going to come. When you need him with the bat, he's going to be there. And what a shot this is. The only issue from de Pavilon, he pulled the length a little bit back and he put the ball in the arc. He was right full, which was much better. And he gives Ruan de Swart. What a great shot.
2 deliveries to go. Oh, this one, blitz slower. Great comeback. And that brings Diego Rosier to the crease.
It's very good. You even hear that's a very gun ball from Zian Abrahams because it really was. He knows that he got the previous one wrong, Darren de Pavilon. And he has to close his over strong. Finish the over. It's already gone for 10 runs. If you can limit it to less than another boundary, you've done good.
Last ball in the 20. De Pavilon to Rosier. Oh, getting cheeky, and he gets the gap. It'll be 2 at least. And a great finish by the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons, finishing on 173 for half the team back in the hut. And it's a great comeback from where they were after the power plays.
They really started slow. Or rather, the Tuskers started that strong. But then they couldn't take advantage. They got their first wicket, and then they couldn't capitalize. Partnerships have been key here for the Eastvaal Dragons, but you must feel that right at the end, they lost it a touch. 19 runs from that Hartus Viljoen over, which allows Ron de Swart to be not out on 27. But it must be said, Ludwig Schultz and Janneman Malan Gers, their start at the top allowed for the rest of the batting lineup to play the way they did.
And they played proper cricket. They started off slowly. They looked after the power play. They were 35 without loss after the power play, but without loss. And then they could have accelerated from there. Schultz being the first man out, and then Janneman Malan and Vian Libbe put on a 39 partnership as well before Vian and Malan was dismissed in almost the same ball. A run out, and then Malan went.
It is that man at the last line, Michael Erlang, the captain of the Moothee Ram Tuskers, who should have bowled one more over and completed his spell, because he got a wicket in almost every over. He got a wicket in every over, really. That first over, it was a run out and a wicket afterwards, and then it's another wicket and another wicket in every over. And then a lot of runs being expanded by Viljoen, Abrams and Gilson. Superb start for Whitehead and de Pavilon, and it leaves the score at 173. It's going to be a tough chase for the Tuskers.
It's going to be a toughie. And the Northwest Dragons need to start off almost in a similar fashion than what the Tuskers did. The bowling's got to be tight. There we can see the wickets. You can see him look at the bat. Just an edge, and a great take by Zuma, must be said.
This is the man who changed it all, though. Look at those reactions. The ball actually deflected off his hands and off his body, and he still was able to grab it. It was on the ground, nowhere, and he got the ball in the very next delivery. Gets the edge of Malan.
Now, it was a big wicket. It's both set batters. At that stage, the Sibang Gwepe hasn't faced a delivery. And then this was one of those silly shots. And Gilson says, thank you very much. As that man, Adelong, ball just chipped down his throat. You can see him not getting to the pitch, not really playing with a big follow-through. And just another wicket for Adelong. And this is another wicket. And it's almost similar fashion. Same person, just the right-hander this time. Gilson once again.
Trying to hit that ball against the spin. But it's the over after that which hurt. Going for 19 runs for the Tuskers, and it leaves the score at 173 for 5. This is going to be a score that the Dragons should be happy about, considering the fact that they were put in to the bat.
Yeah, they lost the toss and they were put into bat. So 173 for 5. That means the target is 174 for the Moothee Ram Tuskers. We'll be back in about 20 minutes' time for the run chase in the CSA Pro 20 live from JB Marks Oval.
We return. An incredible innings from the Northwest Dragons after they were put into bats first. 173 they put on. Really took it to the Tuskers bowlers after a patient start. And now we're going to see how the Tuskers are going to reply, because 174 is a long chase. You're live on the Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel watching the CSA T20 Challenge. Your commentator here, Mpendulo Makubane, with me, Conrad de Swart.
That's going to be a big chase here for the Tuskers. Need to go at a rate of 8.7. I think this bowling attack of the Dragons will have to hold the ball back as much as possible, with a spin coming in later.
Starts off with a no ball. That's not the way to start. Onkenyaku is going to be coming down from the JB Marks end. Very neat bowler. But here in the T20 Challenge, that's going to be a free hit.
Mistake first up by Onkenyaku. We see Jonty Rapulani on strike, with scores of 4, 8 and 12 in the previous 3 fixtures that he's played.
That's an edge. That would have been a wicket for Onkenyaku. A clear edge from Kagiso Rapulana. But that's the price you pay. Yanaman Malan standing in the stumps again.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Yanaman Malan with the gloves on. First time for me, MP.
Even in his younger ages?
That I don't know of from university days. Used to bowl a bit of leg spin.
A little bit loose here from Rapulana. But this is the Onkenyaku that we know and we love.
Yeah, some lateral movement there for Onkenyana from the wicket. As we saw with Darren de Pavlon earlier this year in the Dragons innings. Definitely some lateral movement. Ball swinging a touch away from Jonty Rapulana.
And you want to use that new ball whilst it lasts. It doesn't last long, but it lasts enough to have an impact. Ron de Swart is at the first slip. Oof, the ball's coming back in. It's doing all sorts of things, and Kagiso Rapulana actually doesn't know what to do here. It seems to be struggling.
Yeah, good skill by Onkenyaku. First 2 deliveries just went away from him. This time he's angling it back, getting some lateral movement back into Jonty. Big wild swing, not making contact.
He'll think in the back of his mind, he's already gotten the wicket here, Onkenyaku, but through his own mistake, it was a free hit. So he must just continue working. These are very good areas. They're taking a quick single. These two are pretty quick. And Mokhakane on the other side. No, that's Ntando Zuma. It's going to be the first run on the board.
Yeah, and Ntando Zuma, of course, the glove man of the Tuskers. Had a decent few games. Didn't bat the first one against the Lions. Then he scored 21 knots against the Dolphins. And in the first game of the series, he made 43 against the Titans. So his form is not too bad at this stage. Interesting to see him at opener.
Former under-19 South African player as well, Ntando Zuma. A true product of Tuskers cricket. Found in the townships of Pietermaritzburg as a young 12, 13-year-old. He's going to have a huge task here for the Tuskers, though, because it's in foreign land in Potchefstroom, and this is a great start from Onkenyako.
Just hitting that harder length to both batters. Not the tallest of batters, so they have to pitch the ball up maybe that meter and a half to both of them. But what he's doing well so far, Onkenyako, is making the ball move from the seam. Maybe with that bit of deal cutting coming in later, will be a handful in his second and third over as well.
Quick call for two. We saw this work so well for the Northwest Dragons later on in their innings. No hesitation from Ntando Zuma. He's off the mark. Just 20 years old. Ntando Zuma. Long way for his career. Needs to get stuck in here though for the Tuskers. 2 for no loss after 1. Rather 4 for no loss.
Now, just looking at his numbers, he's played 15 games so far, 9 innings with a high score of 43. That was in the first game against the Titans earlier this season. Averaging 19, and that will climb the longer he plays. He's a nice and organized young batter. As you mentioned, he did play for SA under 19. If I'm not mistaken, he was part of that World Cup squad that was held in South Africa about 2 years ago, striking at 108.
Here is the slow left arm orthodox, and a new purchase for the Northwest Dragons, taken from the Eastern Cape Inyati, Division 2 leading wicket taker for 2 seasons in a row. Hasn't had the greatest start in Division 1, but maybe it's going to turn here in the T20 Challenge. Here's Jade de Klerk.
Yeah, if it's anything like similar actions to Sean Whitehead, that had an excellent spell for the Tuskers earlier this evening. Now Jade de Klerk in his 39th game currently, picking up 27 wickets at an average of 32, striking at 26.1 with the economy at 7.5, not the worst. Best bowling figures are 4 for 12. Exciting young prospect for the Northwest Dragons.
And for a spin bowler, 26 is not that old. Still a lot to work in his craft. Oh, and what a juicy start from de Klerk.
Definitely, as we saw even with both spinners and Michael Erlang. Spin was a handful in the innings after Eastvaal Northwest Dragons. That one pitching leg stump, just missing outside off. And as we see Vian Libbe bringing in a slip now.
Kagiso Rapulana didn't look good in that first over as well, and now he has to deal with the ball spinning away from him. Dealt with that one well, though, for a single.
That was a superb nut. First up by Jade de Klerk. And well done by Yaneman Malan there. Let's say makeshift keeper tonight. As I said, I've seen him play many a game in my career as a coach as well. Never seen him with the gloves. Was interesting this afternoon when the coach Craig Alexander were hitting some balls at him.
Especially if you have Mikhail Prince in the team, who is the designated wicketkeeper. He's going to be standing at long off. It's just backing up to our fielder, gets the ball. Caleb Seleka going to take a single. Caleb Seleka is also going to be a very critical player here with that left arm wrist or right arm's wrist spin, spinning the ball away from the right-handers, just like de Klerk here. It's a little bit flatter. They've sent Mikhail Prince up into the mid-on. It's a good start from Jade de Klerk.
Yeah, as we see Jade de Klerk immediately bringing a fielding change in. Is long on coming back inside the circle. Long off going down now, which is Mikhail Prince, and they still have a deep cow.
This is Rapulana's game. It's a sharp single from Zuma and Rapulana. It's a good start. It's going to work the fielders nice and early.
Yeah, excellent running by both batters. Nice early call there by Janti Rapulana. Backed up by Zuma to go through for a single. And precisely like the innings started for Inland, not a lot of boundaries. Not looking to hit boundaries at this stage.
The ball is starting to slip as well from Jade de Klerk. You just see him continuously asking for the cloth to wipe the ball down from umpire Brad White. It's going to be a factor for the spinners, which is why probably the Tuskers also elected to bowl first. After 2, they need 167 to win.
Yeah, it could go both ways here, MP. With the dew factor, as we get used to cricket in the northwest, and what we've seen over the years is as soon as the dew sets in, the ball does tend to skid onto the bat a little bit more, making it easier to score. I still think that the spin is going to be very difficult to play tonight, especially still with Caleb Seleka and Vian Libbe with a bit of a golden arm that tends to pick up wickets in his allotted overs.
Nyako continues. Bowls it short and wide. Had to pull it from far away from his body, Zuma. He's going to get a single. And Vian Libbe, definitely one of those bowlers who can do what Michael Erlang just did for the Tuskers. Very neat. Then you feel like you can get him away, and all of a sudden you've lost your wicket.
Michael Erlang had such a good spell as captain for the Tuskers earlier this evening, picking up 3 for 17 in 3 overs. Interesting that he didn't bowl himself out.
That's a rough delivery to play. He falls down on Kenyaku, such was the effort behind it. Eventually well dealt with by Rapulana.
Yeah, this one a lot shorter this time by Onke Nyaku, more directed at the throat and head of Janti Rapulana. Even that jack backed to the batter. But as you said, just tucking the ball to the offside point area, and they go through for another single.
Seemed like he had no idea what was going to happen, but it was the soft hands lifting the ball, letting the bat go with the one hand, saved him that there was no one very close in. These are really good areas from Nyako. And so far so good from the Tuskers batters, because at least they're not getting bogged down. They just keep on rotating the strike.
Yeah, that's a very good point you're making, Mpundulo. If the ball's not there to hit, make sure that you play with that dead bat. Get a bit of it, just angle the bat into areas, the vacant areas, those little pockets where there's a single on offer, keeping that scoreboard ticking to the best of your ability.
It's easier said than done. And he goes big, Rapulana. Does it have the distance? The bounce is not friendly to him. The ball is going to stop for Diego Rogier. Very good work from Rogier to charge at that ball and keep it to 2.
Yeah, I think Onke Nyako would be happy just only to concede 2 runs there. Big shot by Janti Rapulana. Not getting all of it. You can see his weight just going back on the shot, trying to get under it, hitting it over the mid-on fielder. Diego Rogier putting in a very big chase and limiting them to only 2 runs, as there's another fielding change now with Ruan de Swart coming out of the slip position to mid-wicket.
Ooh, he's going to be a handful if he uses this pitch correctly. But the ball has been slapped straight into the hands of the fine leg. First wicket falls down for the Moothee Ram Tuskers. Ongenyaku, he teams up with Caleb Seleka down in the deep. And Kagiso Rapulana has been dismissed for 5.
Yeah, you can just see the plan there. Playing with Kagiso Rapulana's mind. Probably thought it's going to be up to him this time, going shorter, digging it in. And just drawing him into the pull shot. More of a pickup pull than a full-blooded pull shot. And he finds the hands of Caleb Seleka. Must say, in Pendulo, I've seen Caleb Seleka putting down a few on this field in the past, over the years. This time, safe as houses.
Can't really be dropping that. It's played straight at him, as straight as it can be, really, with the ball just moving in the air. He gets himself into a good shape, positions himself well. Make sure you don't touch the boundary when you're that deep. and he gets the wickets of Rapulana, who we must say was those singles that was seemingly getting him into shape, but then when he was trying to hit the ball, he just never looked the part.
Yeah, I just looked out of sorts there for a few minutes. At the crease was Jonty Rapulana. As we see Michael Erlang now to the crease, the captain, having a word there with Mikael Prince. 54 innings, 864 runs scored, already 35 years of age. He's been around the block. Boy from Kimberley, born in Kimberley, averaging 17 and striking at 105. Of course, he went to Northern Cape High School as well, same stock as Reza Hendricks.
Moved from Kimberley and goes to a Kimberley that's in KZN, basically in Pietermaritzburg. He's their captain. He bowled well. Can he bat well? Onkenyaku, he chooses his line to come around the wicket to the left-hander, tucks him up for room, first ball. It's a successful over from Onkenyaku. He gets the wicket of Rapulana. 13 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, Michael Erlang, very good numbers. In his recent form, he scored 15 against the Lions, 16 against the Dolphins, and 7 in the first game against the Titans. He actually made his debut for the Free State against Griquas, the old Griquas, now known as Northern Cape, in 2011. And he played for the Knights and the Free State while he was a student in Bloemfontein. And then made the move to KwaZulu-Natal Inland a few years ago.
He's made it home there. Scored 200 in the 4-day series. First round this season. First game. Going in, you score 200. What a statement. Now the statement is also going to be made by the Northwest Dragons. More spin, like we talk about. And here's the golden arm of the captain, Vian Leber.
You can see Vian Leber's numbers there. 61 games played. 31 wickets. Pretty soon it's his birthday. We're going to turn 33.
Awesome man of the match performance in the 4-day series versus the Lions. A big win for the Northwest, defeating the team that they were under for such a long time. And oh, what a stop! That's a great stop.
Yeah, it's a fantastic stop by Vian Leber. You can always say that a spinner should be his best fielder. You know, you got to make those yard, make those half stops, putting a lot of pressure on the batter. This time, deciding it right, he's going to go over the wicket.
That is actually reminiscent of the way Vian Leber lost his wicket. Ball was slapped back. It was Michael Erlang bowling. And so he stopped the ball, but he was halfway down the track, Vian Leber. Compare that to Michael Erlang, who doesn't back up as much, but you still get the single. It was a good stop from Leber. It's good batting still from the Tuskers.
That's still a good start here, only losing 1 wicket. Even though we're 3.4 overs in, have not seen a boundary so far by the Tuskers. Mpundulo, maybe just taking out of the stock of what the Dragons did, giving themselves some kind of platform to set them up in this chase.
But even if that's the case, you at least want to go at around 4 runs to the over, 5 runs to the over. You don't, and if you're chasing something where your required run rate is now 10 runs to the over, you don't want to fall too far away from that required run rate, even if it's early in the innings. And I fear that maybe that's where this might be heading to. They need 10 runs to the over to win now from the next 16. It's a long chase.
Yeah, we always say don't let the required run rate get 1.5 over what you're currently achieving. At this stage, it's 6.5, so it's a long shot from here. Just waiting for that something to happen in this game. It's going to be a big over for the Tuskers somewhere. It's how well the Dragons can control their disciplines, what type of deliveries that they're going to bowl, as we see a bowling change from the city end. Alfred Matua.
He is not going to make it easy. He's really been having a good season this start off. Alfred Matua moved from the Warriors, feels at home here in the Dragons. 60 wickets and his best 4 for 23. But his accuracy this season has been absolutely stunning, and he shows us why with that very first ball.
Yeah, and the man from Hammanskraal played a lot of cricket up in the Titans. Had a very nice chat to him Saturday at a club game, coming to support some club cricket, and that's what we want to see from pros. Coming down to support club cricket, have a word with one or two aspiring young men. Wants to also don the Dragons kit at some stage.
Pulled away really well from Zuma. Take that, Alfred Moothee. Into the stand for 6 runs.
Yeah, it's an excellent shot by Zuma. You can hear Janneman Malan say, just go full pace at it, just harder into the wicket if you want to achieve something here. To Zuma, surprise him with that bit of extra pace. This time, he's just missing his length there.
It's that friendly length where you can just swivel your arms through the line of the ball. Goes down the legs. Sounds. Mazizi Gampu, the umpire, pretty good with it. He's undeterred.
Well taken by Janneman Malan to the leg side.
Are we sure it's a makeshift? I don't think it's a makeshift anymore.
No, to be honest with you, Mpilula, I was very surprised earlier this afternoon when I saw him with the gloves on. We know how hard he can hit it. Never seen the wicketkeeper gloves donned by Janneman Malan.
Straight down the ground, catching opportunity. Ongenyaku is a little bit too short. It's going to come back for 2 more runs. Risky from Zuma.
It's that situation in the game where you can see that the run rate required up at 10, something is bound to happen. It's one of those little moments that Vian Libbe usually speaks of, that you as a fielding unit got to realize, listen, something is bound to happen. It's just how well you absorb the pressure by that 6 earlier in the over and how you can bounce back from that.
And it's bouncing back very well here. Alfred Moothee. Great control. And he's not deviating away from that area. He was very short to be pulled away for the 6. But all of the other 4 deliveries have been him really hitting his mark and asking the batters to make something out of the balls.
Yeah, it's all about asking the right questions here to Zuma.
He swings it out of balance. The ball, luckily enough, though, landing in between the fielders down in the 3rd area. It's going to be 1 run for Zuma. And that pressure you speak of, Conrad, really starting to show, because they are 151 runs behind to win.
Yeah, this time better width there by Alfred Matua. Zuma just trying to hit the ball straighter, but did not get a lot of bat on it, more like an undercut. And for a moment, Ludwig Schultz thought that he had a chance there, but not a lot of bat on it. In the end, just a single as Ludwig Schultz and Mikael Prince converge on that.
Those will be promising moments for the Dragons, especially for Libbe, who the Tuskers might feel they can go onto the attack. Still inside the power play. Zuma's not timing it really well. Closing off of that face of the bats very early.
Yeah, Vian Libbe definitely not bowling it very quickly. He's throwing the ball up, trying to get that spin from the wicket. Zuma a bit early this time on the shot.
The feet were bound to come. You have to disrupt the line somehow, and Zuma does it brilliantly. Covers it over for 4 runs.
Now, good shot by Zuma. Using his feet, dancing down the wicket, getting to it. Just hitting it between the cover and mid-off fielders. And interestingly enough, it's the 3rd over in the power play that's been spun. So I think Vian Libbe knows, less pace you put on the ball, the more difficult it is to put away.
Ooh, down the ground, Zuma. Is the timing good? Not good enough. Ron de Swart comes in. And maybe indeed, that pace might be the problem. Because once they try to hit it down the ground, the ball is just not there to be hit.
Still Caleb Seleka to probably come in very close. Straight after the power play, we can see Caleb Seleka coming into the attack. They still have Ruan de Swart to also bowl. It's going to be a handful on this wicket, especially if there's still some lateral movement given.
Ruan de Swart, a new bowler with the red ball, speaks of his skill. Oh, was that a sound? That sounded like a sound, and it's down on the ground.
Yeah, definite outside edge there to Janneman Malan. Maybe not staying down long enough on it. Good ball by Vian Libber, though.
It's another lifeline. It's a lifeline given here to Ndando Zuma, who's not looking too shabby on his 22 from 21. The reaction from Libber just tells you that maybe there was definitely something there. He's so tight, Conrad. He's making it so difficult for them. And he finishes his over in a blink of an eye.
Definitely is for off spinner, get through your overs as quickly as possible, as we can see there, the replay. Definite outside edge, I thought. Oh, you can see Janneman Malan not regular with the gloves. Hands a bit, maybe a touch too hard. But I think the Dragons eagerly awaiting Ruben Herman's return to don the gloves again for the Northwest Dragons. Of course, he was part of the one-day squad now, played against Pakistan in the last ODI.
Any reason, Conrad, Mikhail Prince is not donning the gloves, maybe?
Good question. I can't answer you. Earlier this morning, or this afternoon, me and Gert saw him doing some fielding training with the coach, Craig Alexander, and I looked across and I saw Janneman Malan with the gloves on. And I thought, yeah, well, you never know. Maybe it's just makeshift, or it's very difficult to say. I just want to correct myself. I think Ruben Herman won't be returning because he's probably going now to SAA in India for the one-day series that's starting pretty soon.
Originally, for that one-day squad for the SAA, Ruben Herman, here's Ruan de Swart. He starts off with a wicket. He is going to be a handful in the surface, and he's a handful via the first ball. Gets the captain Michael Erlang caught at mid-off. 29 for 2 now.
Yeah, as we said, Ruan de Swart's going to be a handful on this wicket. His skill, his pace variation, such a good length that he hit their first ball up to Michael Erlang, just forcing the pace, forcing the shot a little. Did Erlang, and this time finding Vian Libber at mid-off with a bit of a missed time. You can see him not really getting used to the pace, advancing down the wicket and not allowing himself to lead with his elbow through the shot.
Also, it's the first ball of a very new bowler on a surface that hasn't looked too easy to score on. Maybe you just want to take a ball or 3 to just figure out what Ruan de Swart is ready to bring. And he falls. Very first ball. Very good from de Swart.
Just like the angle that he delivered the ball from. It was a touch wider from off stump, around the wicket, of course. And just creating that angle into Michael Erlang. Michael Erlang probably looking to hit a bit more straight or even to the long on area. And just not making good contact, mistiming it, and an easy catch to Vian Libber as Sean Gilson joins the party.
Those are serious. Average of 40 and a strike rate of 125. Though it is 10 innings in, but you still have 250s. And once you add that average and strike rate, going at over 160, you are happy as a player. Ooh, but Ruan de Swart is not going to make it easy. Quality bowling.
That's a fantastic nut. First up to a new batter. Asking question. You can see the ball actually snaking from the wicket. Just normal delivery, hitting seam and just going away from Sean Gilson. Ja, Mpendulo, Sean Gilson, serious cricketer.
But he's dealing with another serious player. Ruan de Swart, one of my favorite talents in domestic cricket, such an incredible all-rounder, and kind of heartfelt that he's not anywhere around that SAA squad as well, because he's been one of the top performing players, not just with bats but also with ball, and really leading this Dragon side with the ball.
Yeah, it's not too long ago that he played 2 test matches for South Africa. Was it earlier this year or last year? Last year, beginning of 2024. Played 2 test matches, did very well. I think he scored a 60 in one of the innings as well. Just a good, honest cricketer, runs in hard, gives his full for this team that he's playing for currently. Of course, also from Pretoria, Afrikaans Woorsian square old boy. Then moved to the Dolphins and now finds himself plying his trade for the Northwest Dragons.
And he's bowling it very well, Ruan de Swart. Very handy player. Call him Patches. And lives up to that name because he patches things up whenever you need someone who's going to grab it in. But Ntandoenkosi Zuma, very talented player as well. Extremely athletic for the Moothee Ram Tuskers. He's going to need to show up here because he's facing tough bowling from de Swart. It's going to be hit, and it's going to be hit well from Zuma. Bounce once into the security guard. 4 runs.
Yeah, better with this time from Ruan de Swart. Not only missing length, but also missing line, allowing Thando Zuma to free up those arms and hitting the ball straight over mid-off's head. Excellent cricket shot. I like the fact that he was so still in the shot. You know, he kept quiet, kept his head down on it, allowing the arms to free over that area.
Ooh, wonderful return from de Swart. Feet from Zuma, not good enough. But what is good enough is that Ruan de Swart ball is over. Gets wicket number 2 for the Northwest Dragons, which ends the power play. What a great nut. It's 34 for 2 after 7. They need 140 runs to win here, the Moothee Ram Tuskers. And Ntandoenkosi Zuma at 26 right now. Feel like you just want him to stay there until he gets his full confidence. He's been batting well this season. You just want a lot of input from as many Tuskers as possible because this is a long chase as we are joined by Gers Maloney.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pendulo. It's been a exciting couple of overs. We've seen bowlers fall down. We've seen balls popping up. We've seen life being made very difficult. We saw a good catch. We see a dropped catch in the back. As you see, Vian Libber continuing on his merry way. He's definitely realised that taking the pace off is making it a little bit harder for the batters.
Really is. And he's going to do one of 2 things, Vian Libber. So reliable with the ball, Gert. If he doesn't take you wickets, he's going to keep it extremely economical. He's going at under 4 runs to the over right now, and he's keeping it still tidy.
Yeah, great bowling. The call is 2. Bowling is so good, it's taking Pendulo's breath away.
I'm from Pietermaritzburg after all. When I watch the Tuskers, I get emotional.
Vian Libber busy with his 3rd. I don't think he'll make the same mistake that Michael Erlang did. And he'll definitely bowl himself out. And you got still Caleb Seleka in the wins as well. He's one of those that's just got a knack for picking up wickets. That's young Caleb.
Especially in the T20 games, those wrist spinners come in extremely handy, so hard to deal with. And with the number of right-handed batters that the Tuskers are fielding, the spin of Jade de Klerk and the work of Caleb Seleka, who's actually warming up right now at the covers, is going to be very useful.
Switch hits and a lovely, lovely innovative cricket there. And Zuma's taking the fight to the Dragons. Great touch by Zuma.
Just 20 years old, Ntando Zuma, playing his 3rd season for the Tuskers and showing his skill. Brave stroke. Well connected as well. no one in the deep at the point region. And it's the second time now he's played the ball over the top, exactly in the space where it's wide open. Very smart play.
Goes for it again, and it plays a bit more of a left-hander orthodox shot.
Christmas only comes once in a lifetime, especially in an experienced form of Vian Lerber. It was there for the first shot. It really, really was. And he played it so good. But that second one, just saved by the edge, because that was nail straight from Lerber. Not really sure why he'd play that. But it's 42 for 2.
That's 8 overs gone, and it's a man we've been talking about, Caleb Seleka. The rusty wrist spinner. He will get some purchase from the surface.
22 years old. It's unbelievable how young he is. You'd think he's in his mid-20s, but he's still applying his trade. Even has a younger brother, Caleb Seleka, but he has 34 wickets in his 40 innings. He'll want that economy rate to either go down, or he'll want his strike rate to go up, because he's much more better than the numbers suggest.
Yeah, a local lad.
If it goes there, it's bad.
Born in Welkom.
Not too far from here, really. Welkom, Free States. Around 3-hour drive, maybe, give or take. And here he is now with his wrist spin. It's going to be moving the ball away from Zuma.
Oh, going back to the full one. Asking to immediately and calling for a run out, and just running past the ball. Just can't collect it to get that run out that they require.
That's what happens, Gert, when there's pressure. Especially when the batters let you know what they are doing. We are running two. And your job as a fielder is to try and stop that too. You don't have time to stop and position yourself. You try to do everything in one go.
Oh! Inside edge, and there's going to be another double. It's going to be a lucky one, a bit of an educated edge. It's the local man who played for the Northwest under 13s as well, Caleb Seleka, making life just a little bit difficult at the moment.
Very close to being in the stumps, and it would have been a key wicket for the Dragons right now, because Zuma is a critical player for the Tuskers at the moment.
Quicker one, you can see that one, just a little bit more emphasis. And it's just a one, but 5 in 3, keeping up with the run rate at the moment. They require 11, but if they can keep it close to 8s and 9s, they can get there, because the target is only 127 off 69.
They've done well to pick up that run rate. It was going at around 3.2, imagine. And so now it's getting closer to that 6 runs to the over. And they still have more time than they could imagine here. It's still going to be 11 overs after this to try and chase that down. And they just want to keep those wickets in hand too.
Call is 2 once again. That's a great call as Zuma comes back. Fantastic running by these two. They saw the blueprint from the Dragons and see that there's a lot of 2s on this ground. DLS always a good indication of where you should be. They should be on 69.
20 runs behind. But if they keep running these 2s, they're going to just keep reeling that back in. These 2s will allow you to get 10 runs to the over in a blink of an eye without you doing a lot.
Oh, lovely deft touch. Quick single. Zuma, too quick.
Exuberance of youth. He's not 31, he's 20. 50 runs up for the Moothee Ram Tuskers. They've lost 2. But that's going to be a good one for them, getting 50 at under 10 runs to the over. They need 124 still, though. The journey is very long.
One more delivery to go in the 9th. Caleb Seleka.
Off your length, Caleb.
You can just hear Milan encouraging him. Says, remember your lengths.
is playing them so well off the back foot also, Ntando Zuma. Recognizing the slight extra bounce that the pitch is offering the spinners. We saw it with Sean Gilson as well. The ball just bouncing extra. And with the wrist spin, with the grip, you are going to get a little bit more out of the surface as well. So I love how he's just playing all of these deliveries and making his job easier. At 38 for 32 now. But still, you can watch more cricket. The Proteas inbound tour. Both women and the men, Gert. Starting off with the women, they're going to be playing Ireland, and then in February they'll be playing Pakistan. And you are correct, the men will be playing against the West Indies right at the end of January. Should be exciting. Get your tickets, cricket.co.za.
Oh, we are right in the thick of it, aren't we? It's the CSA 20. We just finished the first leg of the 4 days. Then another exciting SA20 is coming up as well. Still busy with the schools SA20 as well. So, we're right in the middle of it, Pence.
Alfred Moothee comes back, who's been bowling decently.
Getting the outside edge. He's changed ends. He's coming in from the varsity side. Started off his first over. He bowled from JB Mark's end.
Tons of cricket. South Africa A right now in India. Unfortunately, we can't even get streams of that. On top of that, you're going to be entering the school weeks in December from under 16s, going into the under 19s, and then we're going to go into the schools week at the beginning of January, made up of the teams that were selected from these weeks. So there's so much cricket that's ready to be broadcast. And then just before you think it's over, the 50 over competition is going to begin.
We'll give you an update on the Lions and Warriors game as well. Over Matuia, just that ball not getting up as much as Sean Gilson would have expected. The Lions at the moment busy with the penultimate over there. They start an hour later than this game. They're 120 for 6. And it's Mitchell van Buren who scored a 50, getting them out of the works with Richard Sedetwane on 17 as well. And the bowlers there that's really hurt them is... this one played upish and very nearly caught. Going for a second once again is that fantastic running. Zampiwe Mnyanda. He's bowled pretty well. And then CJ King, he took 2 wickets. And then Mangaru finding his new home very nicely there by the Warriors. He picked up 1. And in that game as well, it's interesting to see that they split the overs pretty well as well between pace and spin. This one is toe-ended to the sweeper.
Gowan Mangru moved to the Warriors and a direct replacement of Alfred Moothee, who himself has left the Warriors and come here to the Dragons. Luckily enough, neither team relegated to Division 2, so both teams can still remain, both players can still remain up. Alfred Moothee has seemed good on his move to the Dragons. But Sean Gilson, 7 from 8. Keep on getting the singles.
Just the due factor sliding past the ball there. You just hear the encouragement from Yanaman Malande in the back, giving Sean Gilson some encouragement.
Yeah, gotta test his ego. Gotta see if he's got what it takes to go big. Zuma, though, we've seen he isn't shy to going big. Currently on 42.
We went for it. And he got away with it as well. Zuma, not the tallest man on the park. Got away with it. Alfred Moothee mixing it up, and only 6 runs coming from that over. 57 for loss of 2, still 117 required. And his 2 overs have only gone for 15 runs, which one of those actually went for 6.
It's very good. And the chase continues. They need now nearly 12 runs to the over. The Tuskers. Ooh, it's getting longer and longer. It's getting bigger and bigger, this chase. Tandoenkosi Zuma has never gotten a professional 50 before. Was very close in the 4-day series, getting 49 not out. And what a spectacle would it be for him to get that 50 and maybe help the Tuskers get closer. 117. It's a long road ahead.
A long road to get that 174 that is required after they put in the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons. Schultz 43 and Malan's 37, really setting the tone with the 67 partnership up top. And Michael Hadlong 3 for 17 and only bowling 3 overs might be costly. So we see Caleb Seleka. I beg your pardon.
Bowling.
Got a change in bowler.
Jade de Klerk is going to switch ends right now. Started at the varsity end. Didn't go too well. Well, it went pretty average, stock standard. The Tuskers working him around for singles. And here he is now, starting with a full toss. But the ball is quite slippery. He's wiping it down a lot.
No, and he's bowled him. He's cleaned him up, and he's still not going to get that 50. Young Zuma going big, missing the ball, but not Jay de Klerk.
Can hear the cheers from the scorers to the people in the production house. Their boy, their new boy, gets the breakthrough. It was full from de Klerk right up into the toes of Zuma. He was trying to open up just like he's been the whole day in Dando. Just not working out this time. It seems as if he opened up and played the incorrect line for the shot and lost his stumps.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's almost like he predetermined and decided this ball's going to go there, and it wasn't quite there to hit, but he still committed to the shot. Maybe should have just punched it back to the bowler, get that straight bat going. But it's Jay de Klerk, and a fantastic change by Vian Libbe to bring him back on and get that wicket.
It's going to be disappointment for Ntando Zuma. The responsibility was on his shoulders. Yes, he's young. There's a lot of experience for him to learn. But these are situations where you are thrust in, where you must show your worth, that I'm the man for the situation. And the man for the situation in the Wanderers was this guy, Wayne Parnell, scoring a quick fire 20-odd in the final over. And now he's in with no helmet. Might be on fire.
Yeah, don't let that average fool you. He can bat. Oh, big appeal. Oh, that looked close. That looked close. Inside edge saved him. Sounded like two noises. And yes, runs given. So Parnell is strictly off the mark.
Even de Klerk acknowledged that it was an edge. Right up there. Right up there. Very good stuff to start off.
Gilson knocking it down, and two left-handers at the crease. Wayne Parnell does take a few deliveries just to get going, but that might be the reason why he's there. We didn't see many with the ball tonight. No Wayne Parnell left-armers.
It was very surprising. Very skillful, especially in the white ball, Wayne Parnell. But he can also clean them up with the bats, saving that energy with the ball, trying to bat it out.
And no doubt that Yanaman Malan and Parnell know each other very well. They'll have a chat.
But it's, you sit and you ask yourself, where will these runs come from the Tuskers, and how will they go about trying to get those runs also? Still have Cameron Shackleton, who's a very good batter. Very good batter indeed, Cameron Shackleton. He can take that game away for them.
That's the end of the 11th. 62 for loss of 3 and only 5 runs coming in that over. And the wicket of Zuma, the set batter. And now it's jumped up to 12.4. That means more than 2 runs per delivery needs to be scored from here. That normally gets difficult. Pendula, just look at that scorecard. Apart from Zuma, no one else doing their bit.
Delemokakane needs to come in. Then we are going into the batter to the bowlers. I mean, Harjas Viljoen can really swing when he needs to swing. Sean Whitehead as well. But you can't help but feel it's this Sean Gilson and Wayne Parnell partnership. Dandoenko Sizuma would have wanted to go there further. But jeez, it's going to be a long chase. I keep saying that. But you need someone who's just going to raise their hand and take the game away from the Dragons right now. Because that's what you need. Just someone to take it away.
You need a quick fire 30 from someone at the moment, and it's got to come now because there's only 54 deliveries left. Giving himself a bit of room and just smacking that one down into the pitch. And the veteran running through for the single.
Funny hearing Wayne Parnell being called the veteran. When it was not so long ago, we were watching him in the Under-19 World Cup. But here he is now, leading young Chargers, 35 years old, Wayne Parnell. Vian Lerber with all the experience in the world. And he'll enjoy spinning the ball away from the left-hander. And he's done it with good control.
Yeah, he's going to bowl out his fourth. Only gone for 16 runs. He's really kept it tight. He's one of those that just tightened the screws.
And he's spaced himself out pretty well. In the power play, it was hard to get away. And then in this transition period after the power play, it's just coming after the wicket has fallen to just tighten up that pressure even more and make that equation even worse.
A bit of flight and no chance for Parnell to really get underneath it.
I mean, when we started this over, Gert, they needed 112 to win from 54. Now it's 110 from 50. Might be 110 from 49. And then you start really feeling that pressure. Then you have to feel like, yo, I need to go hard. That's how the Dragons lost their wickets, and that's how the Tuskers might lose their wicket too.
Just knocking it about. If you look at it, Sean Gilson has only faced 14 deliveries and Parnell 5. So between the two of them, not 20 deliveries yet. So I think they feel that the spin might be the option, with Caleb Seleka most likely coming back and replacing Vian Libbe from the varsity end. This one he has picked up and he got underneath one finally. And it's a maximum for the Tuskers and Wayne Parnell.
Right onto the roof. That's a strong hit coming from Wayne Parnell. We said it. Still dangerous. Can give it a good hoik. And that was right in the arc from Vian Lerber. Just stand and deliver. A quick hand speed. My goodness. It's a strong hit from Wayne Parnell.
Yeah, look at that. Just in no chance. He wanted to get underneath it. He tried a couple of deliveries and couldn't do it. As soon as he got the opportunity, he just absolutely thumped it.
Superb shots from our production team as well. Ball right into the media center, following it right into the roof. Exquisite hit from Wayne Parnell. They still need 103 to win from 48 deliveries. Sean Gilson, he's faced 14. You don't want to absorb any more and apply more pressure for your team. You want to start getting loose now, especially with 8 overs left.
This one is up in the air. Shouts of catch it. Is it taken? Yes, it is. And very, very well taken there in the deep. Is it that man, Ruan de Swart, once again? What a great take, great hands. And it's Sean Gilson, who knew he had to up the ante, and he just couldn't get the distance.
Ruan de Swart is everywhere. But we spoke when Caleb Seleka comes in. He is going to be so important. You're going to try to hit him hard, and it's going to be difficult. Again, closing that face of the bat just a little bit too early. There's too many things wrong there. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball, played it a little bit too early. Then he just got it all wrong. Ruan de Swart running in. Nice guy. It's a good catch.
It's him just losing his shape in the shot. And Ruan de Swart, one of those all-round players. It doesn't matter if it's in the field with the ball or with the bat. He's going to give you something as Cameron Shackleton comes into bat. He's got an average of 20, but at the moment it's the strike rate that's going to count because they need to bat at over 13 to the over.
I'm a bit shocked that Parnell came in before Shackleton. Shackleton is an absolute beast when he gets going. Scored 50 versus the Lions. Scored 51, which is what helped them get over the line. Only 25 years old, Cameron Shackleton. Still a long career ahead. But that strike rate of 105 might be the reason why we saw Parnell come in. This is his opportunity though, Gert. Boost it up. The Tuskers need 170. They need 200 even as a strike rate from their new man.
And they're going to need a big over. They're going to need a Huddersfield over that went for 19 in that penultimate over. They're going to need one or two of those to really get them halfway up the game. It's 103 still required of 47. DLS shows that they should be on 106 to be par.
35 runs behind. It's a huge difference.
He's worked this one nicely around the corner, and that's going to be a boundary. It's going to beat Alfred Matua. Can't haul it in, and it's a great start for Shackleton.
Alfred Muta's brother somewhere behind us. He just said, ah, as the ball ran over for the boundary. But it's very well played from Shackleton and poor ball from Seleka, especially when you have your fine leg standing up onto the ring. Those are freebies. Played it very fine, and he wins the reward.
I think it's one of those where the slider just went wrong. Just kept its line. Didn't come out nicely, but you expect your leggy to do it every now and again. He's there to take wickets, not necessarily keep down the runs.
It's wonderful attacking lines. It's great fielding. That is fantastic work out on the point by Jade de Klerk. Such the confidence of a single wicket. Now you're flying around.
And great job by Cameron Shackleton. 5 from 2. Over 200 strike rate. And also giving the strike to Wayne Parnell, who's out there to see if he can clear one or two fences.
Now the ball will be spinning into Parnell as well, which gives him an added advantage. Unless if Seleka delivers that wrong un or slider.
Played nicely, but he's got protection there. Alfred Matua there with a big arm. And it was that slider going across. I don't think he's going to turn it back into the left-hander.
That would be a very unfortunate decision for him, because he's going to get plowed. And I think that's what the difference is between the two sides also, Gert. The quality in the bowling between the Dragons and the Tuskers.
Oh, Caleb.
For the Tuskers, you had 3 bowlers over 10 runs to the over. Sean Gilson,
That is good here, Caleb.
Ziad Abrams, and Hardis Value.
Right up to you.
Those are a lot of runs, because those bowlers, Hardis bowled 4, the other bowled 2 each. That's already 8 runs of double-digit economies. That's over 80 runs from 3 bowlers. None of the Dragons bowlers, 0 of them, have been that inconsistent and have been that gifting of boundary balls. So that's why we're also seeing this difference. Just the quality from the Dragons has been just a bit better. That's why they have 4 and they've only conceded 78 after 13. Still a long way to go. We've been preaching this. 96 in their 7 overs.
Caleb Seleka picking up a wicket in their last over. Onkenyako. 2 overs, 1 for 8. Jay de Klerk, 1 wicket he picked up for 9 runs in his 2 overs. Vian Libbe, 4 overs for only 24 runs. Alfred Matua went for 15. He was the most expensive with Caleb Seleka, but Caleb Seleka picking up the wicket with Ruan de Swart. Most likely will come into the attack a bit later on as well. Still got 3 overs left as we see Alfred Matua making his way back. He's going to start his 3rd. And they need to break the shackles, Pendulo. And they need to break it soon.
Soon can't come soon enough, Gert. Because, like you saw from those graphics, none of the Dragons bowlers are going at over 10 runs to the over. None are going at 8 to the over, really, over that. And Alfred Moothee was at 7.5 runs to the over. You're like, okay, he's the most expensive, but the team needs 13 runs to the over. So he's bowling 6, he's keeping 6 runs in every over and making it harder for the Tuskers.
Yanaman Malan just giving some batting tips there. Making sure that they are very fully aware of the situation.
They have to. They have to. You saw those figures themselves. 7.5 runs to the over for Alfred Moothee. And it was that first over, I think he got hit for a couple of boundaries. But after that, you look at everyone else. Where are you going to attack? Who are you going to attack? You can't really attack Ruan de Swart. He's probably going to get you out. Who else can you attack?
At the moment, they need to attack everyone. You can't really be picky. From Matua into Wayne Parnell, who just drops it down for the 1. And yeah, they're in a situation now where they got 40 deliveries left. They require 94 to win. They don't really have a choice. Every single ball bowled at them should be attacked.
And it really doesn't give them time to settle in. Shackleton has been there for 5 deliveries. Parnell has struck a 6. He's been there for 8. 5-6 balls is all you need right now.
Matua doing a great job. Going for the second. Great running by the 2. Just the dew factor coming in and just the sliding pickups becoming a bit more difficult. The timing not really there.
It's not easy anymore fielding out there. It's not easy bowling either. They have to work the ball really hard. Dry hands, dry cloth. Keep that leather as dry as possible. Keep that seam as hard as possible, because the issue is that the more dew it gets, the softer the ball becomes. But actually, this might be working in the bowler's favor if the ball becomes softer and more spongier. Makes it harder to hit.
This one came back a little bit. That one came back nicely. After Matua is probably turning around to the spinner and saying, what do you mean there's no spin?
Seems like he also bowled that a little bit slower. So he must have rolled the fingers through that. And it's a very good length to bowl that ball as well. Because of that extra bounce with the grip that we keep on talking about, Shackleton had to play that around his waist, hitting almost the splice of the bat. It's very well bowled from Moothee.
This one worked nicely. This time, picked up nicely by Mikael Prince. Normally with the gloves on.
Playing for the averages. Love the banter from Malan. And it just echoes the point I was about to ask, though, Gert. What is the purpose now of this innings that they are at 83 for 4? And they are not really being intentful on what they need to do. Are they trying to just see it off and preserve the net run rate? Or I don't understand what they're trying to do right now.
Well, there's one that's up in the air, and it's over for another sixer. He's enjoying that long off region, and he's enjoying the last delivery of every over. Is Wayne Parnell.
That's exactly what they needed. Pity-patter cricket, time it's gone now. They need 15 runs to the over. And even with that 6, they still don't get enough runs for the over. But it's going to help. It's really going to help. It brings about a commentary change after over number 14. Take it to the end of the match. Conrad de Swart will join Gert Maloney.
And you come in at a very nice time, Conrad, where Matua walks back. He's not a happy fast bowler. Just got thumped for 6. And it's Wayne Parnell doing a bit of damage, and he's got to do a lot more. 85 of 36.
We're in for a very good finish here, Gert. I think from Dragon's perspective, if you look at the runs required, they'll be targeting that 137, 138 for the possible bonus point win here.
Caleb Seleka being spanked to the offside just for the one. Cameron Shackleton very happy to give the strike over to Wayne Parnell.
Cameron Shackleton, serious cricketer. Age 25, right-handed batter. Such a good ball striker is Cameron Shackleton.
Wayne Parnell goes on the slog sweep and he's absolutely creamed this into the crowd, and a very disappointing piece of fielding there in the crowd. That's another maximum.
That's such a serious cricket shot. Showing the class there of Wayne Parnell. Getting down on one knee, allowing the arms to get at full extension and slapping it into the area of the chalets for a massive, massive six.
Yeah, just look at that effort. Oh, running away from the ball. Anything close to him is going to be six. We heard it from the stump. Mike Milan just happy. Might go across him and give him a bit of width here, actually. Oh, he went for it again, and fantastic fielding by the young man. Caleb Seleka is going to be high-fiving only with the right hand. That left one's going to be burning.
That's a great stop by Caleb Seleka off his own bowling. Putting a full-length dive in, making sure that the boundary is cut off.
Oh, great bowling. Great comeback after the six. Another 2 to go. 8 runs from the over. Oh, they're going to need one more boundary here just to keep up and make sure that that run rate doesn't get over to that 15 once again. This is the slog sweep and attempted slog sweep, and great fielding by Caleb Seleka.
Catch it.
Oh, catch it, but unless Wayne Parnell is going to do them a solid, I don't think that will happen.
Yeah, Janneman Malan behind the stumps tonight has been entertaining, if for a lack of better words, not only with the glove work, but also with a bit of spicy comments that he's making. Been really entertaining.
Yeah, maybe we should think of miking him up in the next game if he's going to keep again.
Caleb Seleka just pulling out of that one. Is actually a decent spell so far. He's been hit for 1 or 2 big ones. Not too many loose deliveries.
Oh, firing this one in. And a great finish to the over there. Second ball went for 6, and after that, there's been 2 dots in that over as well. So 9 runs coming from it. Caleb Seleka's got 1 over left. He's 1 for 25. And dire straits at the moment. That run rate has jumped up to over 15.
Yeah, it looks a long shot from here, Gert, with another 15.2 runs per over required by the Tuskers. Definitely going to need some big shots. We know they've got a few big hitters with Hardus Viljoen still need to come in. He can hit the long ball as well, can be very aggressive.
Okay, Cameron, change a bowler. Right some over.
This is just the wickets there. Take us through that. That's a lovely take there.
Yeah, good take by Caleb Seleka. Then Rowan de Swart, first ball to Michael Erlang. Good length. Michael Erlang just forcing the pace. Trying to hit it too hard, maybe losing his shape a little. Finding safe hands of Vian Libbe. Then Jay de Klerk to Zuma, who batted so well. Just yorking him. Trying to make some room for himself.
Back live, and it's another maximum. And this time it is Cameron Shackleton that says, I'll have a piece of you, Onke Nyako. Welcome to the attack. Go fetch a sixer.
Now this time Onke Nyako just too deep in to the body of Cameron Shackleton, allowing the arms to get free. Slapping that onto the Grants embankment. over the head of deep mid-wicket. Made 56 against the Lions on Saturday in that win that the Tuskers had against them. I think in the end it was 2 runs, Gert.
Yeah, he scored 56 in that winning effort. Big win against the Lions. But a great start to the over. They need to capitalize on this over. Goes again and flicks it. Is it going to be one bounce to the field? You can just hear the unhappy gasp from Cameron Sheckle. He knew he should have gotten under that one.
Yeah, it's the same ball basically. Again advancing down the wicket to Onke and Yaku, but this time just flicking the wrist around it, finding the safe hands there of Ludwig Schultz on the bounce. Excellent piece of fielding. Going to see it. I think this is the over that they're going to need to take a chance. They have the pace on the ball now that they need it. So I thought all 3 spinners bowled very well so far. Have to take a chance here. Does Wayne Parnell.
And he's giving himself a bit of room. That's up in the air. Oh, and it's been dropped. It's Caleb Seleka that just cannot hang on to that one. And it's 2 runs. Oh, 9 in 3. Big chance goes a missing.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. Big chance there. Caleb Seleka making some good ground. Full length dive out. Unfortunately, ball not safe into their hands. That's the chance. That's the wicket the Dragons needed at this stage. Partnership going here. Just took his eye off the ball in the end.
Oh, umpire Brad White says that's a wide. You're going to have to bowl that one again, son.
That's 1 for the over.
And it's also called 1 for the over. So that means it's 10 in 3 at the moment. They got to target this over. This over's got to go for 18 or 20.
One in the end of Brad called it for height. Or then on the wide line. I think it's the latter. Onke Nyaku giving him a slight smile there. Maybe felt unlucky to be called wide. Going for the slower ball bouncer did Onke Nyaku.
Oh, this one is up in the air again. Is Caleb Seleka going to have another chance? No, it isn't. It is taken. And it's that man again, Ruan de Swart.
Yeah, having such a great game is Ruan de Swart. Handy with a bat at the latter part of the Dragons' innings. Picked up a wicket with the first ball he bowled. That's a second catch now. Excellent grab. Ball went very high up into the Potchefstroom sky. But safe as houses is Ruan de Swart.
Yeah, Wayne Parnell just very politely asking, did you really hold on to that one? Oh, that's the miss of Caleb Silver. Ruan de Swart says, hold on, let me have a go at it.
Yeah, it's a fair catch there by Ruan de Swart. Understandable that Parnell maybe thought that he dropped the ball down, but in the end, great catch by Ruan de Swart. Ball was a mile up in the air. You can see getting the hands under it. Very good catch by Ruan de Swart. Very happy to hold on to that.
As we see, we've spoken about him. You've mentioned him. Pendulo's mentioned him. The big man, Hardes Viljoen, comes in. He's a big guy. If he strikes it, it goes a long way.
Yeah, for a man of 36, he still bowls the ball very quickly. We've come to know Hardes Viljoen over the years. That when he hits it, it stays hit. I think we are in for an entertaining little spell here with just over less than 4 overs to go.
Well, not much of an average to speak of, but look at that strike rate, 130 for normally someone that comes in down the order, that higher score of 44. They would love if it comes in double quick time.
Yeah, Hardes is not going to die wondering here. I think with the rate now going over 15 again, 15.2, 66 needed off 26, more than 2 runs a ball.
Hardes, has already been 1 for the over.
As umpire Brad White just says to him, there's already been 1 short ball to the over. He does not need to worry about that.
Against the Titans on the 29th of October, he scored 32 runs. So he can smack it. Nyaku into Viljoen. Yeah, I don't think they're going to... The cheeky singles is going to do them much good at the moment. They're going to really go for it. One more delivery to go, and then only 4 left.
That's a good spell by Onke and Yaku. 2 for 18 and 2.3. That was a big over. Already going for 10 and then picked up that big wicket of Wayne Parnell. Still very good to see the efforts.
Oh, this one is up in the air. It's a biggie. It's on the roof. And it's over. Balls, please.
Massive hit. As we said, Hardesviljoen, when it hits it, it stays hit. This time, Onke and Yaku missing his length. First ball up was into the feet, not allowing Hardesviljoen any room. But this time, missing. And Hardesviljoen gets under it. Big hit over the square leg area. And as you said, box of sweets, please, umpires.
That's a massive hit. That's right on the roof. That nearly took out the satellite dish that's on there. And lucky for the roof, otherwise a couple of windscreens might have been in danger.
Or spectators sitting in the grandstand.
Yeah, well, we saw them scatter earlier, so I don't think they would have a problem getting out of the way. Just look at that elevation, just up and over. And even the necks of the people in that grandstand couldn't follow it anymore. Lovely shot. Hardesviljoen getting into his work.
Yeah, he would have enjoyed that. Just the sound that made off the bat, Gert. Then you know, guys, a big man, strong fellow. He's been playing this game many a year. I remember him bowling at this very same field as a youngster, hitting a few of the semi-pro cricketers back then on the helmet. Didn't know who he was. Now 36 years of age, and he's still doing the same thing.
Alfred Matua, his 3 overs have gone for 26. More pace. What does Cameron Shackleton has to say? Advancing. Just knocking in the one.
Keep it up.
Giving Hardes the strike.
Yeah, I can see the plan here of Alfred Matua. Four fielders on the leg side, fine leg, deep square, deep mid wicket, long on. He's definitely not going to give him room outside off stump. I don't think he wants to give him room anything back of a length. He's rather going to try angling into the pads. If he does play a shot in aggression, it should be the pickup shot to clear the boundary to where the OFM hotspot is.
Yeah, don't want to get underneath anything, because if those big shoulders get through the line, it's gone. Oh, lucky to get away with that one. Very clever bowling. He does have a man out on sweeper boundary as well. And you can just see where Hardes was aiming. He was trying to hit the panels that's behind the side screen.
Maybe that's the line to bowl to Hardes. It's not allowing him to go leg side, but rather force him to go through the offside or even over it.
Alfred Matua. Experience versus experience at the moment. Both of them about 36 years of age.
They've been around the country circuit for a very long time. Very good plan here by Alfred Matua, going wide lines.
Advancing, and just 3rd dot in a row. This will be frustrating, and now that run rate has jumped up to a very gettable 17.7.
Yeah, that's 3 big hits and over you need. With 3 overs to go after this, Matua executing so well so far on this over. 2 balls to go.
No, 8-ball corner pocket there for Hardesviljoen. Q end. Ngwepe cleaning up, and you can just hear the encouragement. All of a sudden, the men in maroon is all alive.
The rate required now over 18.
Mathematically still very possible.
I've never been good with math, Gert. I had it. I passed it.
And you forgot it.
Same as accounting. See, that's why we pay people for that.
That's why you get married. Alfred Matua, one delivery to go in his lot at 4. Oh, he's been given a wide. He's said 1 to go. He's going to have to bowl that one again. Great execution. Still very, very unlucky to get to be called a wide there. But they've been very strict on that wide line. Very consistent by the umpires.
Yeah, that's 5 out of 5 on that line for Alfred Matua. This time, umpire Mzizi Ngampu saying, sorry, got to re-bowl that. I think he's going to stick to his plan as much as possible for the final delivery.
Oh, great stuff. Alfred Matua, you beauty. What a fantastic 17th over that was. Only 3 runs coming from it. And now it becomes very, very difficult for the Tuskers.
I think the Dragons will definitely eye these 20 runs needed for the bonus point, which sits at 138. Could be 137. Never know where to add the extra run with a bonus point. And a bonus point win here will take the Dragons to 7 points. And that will be above the Tuskers, as well as the Titans, who's currently sitting on 4 points after 4 games. Currently, the Lions sitting on 0 points after 2 games. They're currently playing Western Province in Cape Town.
You see the other fixtures, DP, that's going to be the Mace Tour. That's going to continue on the 14th of November here at JB Marks Oval against the Titans. We'll have the Mace on display, Conrad. It's going to be a great time. It's lovely photo ops.
I'll see if I can call Marco Jansen, maybe get a picture with him.
Just organize a step ladder. Oh, he's going downtown. No real connection there. Caleb Seleka starting his 4th. Yeah, Marco Jansen has made the move to the Titans. Coming back home to play against his fellow brethren.
It'll be interesting to see if he gets on the park with his brother Duan.
Oh, that's the end of Cameron Shackleton. Had no choice really. Had to go for the big hoik. And Caleb Seleka, very intelligently, just slowed it down through the air. And it's wicket time for the Dragons.
Yeah, it's smart captaincy here by Vian Libber. He knows Caleb Seleka is going to bowl it quicker, sometimes slower, trying to skid it on. And with the rate currently as it is at 21, they have to play some shots. And that old saying of you miss, I hit comes into play. Excellent bowling, Caleb Seleka.
Yeah, great stuff. And it's all but done, I feel, for the Moothee Tuskers. Cameron Shackleton, 20 of 15 deliveries. He's batted higher than what his career strike rate is. Just too much to do in the end. As we see Andile Mokokane coming to the crease. You got to wonder what, Conrad, as a coach, what would you say to Andile Mokokane? It's kind of see ball, hit ball.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be just try to avoid the Dragons getting that bonus point. To get another 21 runs and over from here will be near impossible. But see if you can just get them over that 140, 145 mark in the lot of 3 overs, 16 balls rather that's left.
Just see his strike rate there. Average pretty decent of 22. Age 25 years old. Got a higher score of 77. But as you mentioned, it's got to get them up to that 140 mark. Make sure that the Dragons do not get a bonus point and jump over them on the log.
Fortunately for the Tuskers, they've got 3 home games left here. In Pietermaritzburg, of course, they will play Western Province this Thursday. Then they have the Warriors on Saturday. That's going to be a big game because the Warriors are on fire currently. And then they've got Boland on the 22nd, all 3 home games.
Oh, and talk about a strike rate. He says, welcome to the crease. Why haven't I been saying earlier? It's a half a dozen.
Excellent shot by Ace Mokopane. Coming down the track. Hitting Caleb Seleka straight over his head for a maximum. Such a good cricket shot.
Normal cricket shot, play straight. Lovely swing of the bat. They need a couple of those. They need a couple of those. He's gone for it again. This time he can't beat Ruan de Swart on the long on fence.
Ruan de Swart tonight has been in the thick of things. Standout performer for the Northwest Dragons. Good with a bat, excellent with a ball. Took 2 great catches. That's what you want to see from your season campaigners.
Hardesviljoen swinging the arms. Is this going to be a catch? Oh, it's 4 runs. Looks like Mikael Prince can't get hand to it. Might have been a good idea to try and stop the ball instead of going for the catch. Never in real position.
Good effort there by Mikael Prince. But just gets beaten on the bounce there. Totally agree with you, Gert. Maybe just get your body behind it. Rather give them 1, 2 instead of going for the catch.
Especially when you're chasing the bonus point. 10 runs to go to get that bonus point. You need wickets, you need dots. Janneman Malan making a very extravagant effort for the ball there.
He's having a field time behind the stumps tonight. Is Janneman Malan. Something being said there from Hardesviljoen to Vian Libbe that's not happy about. And the gentleman that Vian Libbe is will probably just tell him, it's okay, I'll speak to the fielder. I just want to correct myself quickly, Gert. I said that the Lions are playing the Western Province. It's not correct. They're playing the Darfapet Warriors at St. George's Park. The Lions made 146 for 7 in their 20 overs, and currently the Warriors are 29 for 1 after 4 overs.
Yeah, it's going to be game on there. Onkenyako coming into the attack. He's still got 1 over to go as well. Bowling the penultimate over. And very lucky to get away with that one.
I think just the umpire seeing the shot decided, no, try to go for a reverse lap scoop, whatever that shot is. Very difficult to pull off. It's more like a reverse pull that he played. Okay, Nyaka coming around the wicket here to Andile Mokhokane.
Oh, I can just hear the encouragement. They all know what it's there to play for. Both teams going, one to win the bonus point, one to eliminate the bonus point.
The commentary from Janneman Malan is next level tonight.
Oh, lovely shot down the ground. Is that going to be 4? Yes, it is. Mokhokane playing a little bit of a gem here with Hardesviljoen.
Excellent cricket shot. Again going straight. Does Mokhokane. I think we forget that he actually played SAA last year against Sri Lanka. The 3 white ball 50 over games. All 3 of them here in Potchefstroom. Had a very good series back then. Decided to leave the Warriors for KwaZulu-Natal inland. Flying his straight now in Pietermaritzburg.
Oh, this one is straight down the throat of a wideish third man on the fence. Full toss, actually lucky to get away with it. And it's wicket time for the Dragons.
That's a low full toss by Unki and Yaku. That ball flew to the third man boundary at the speed of light. Excellent catch there by Mikael Prince. Didn't move a centimeter. It flew straight at him. Hands in the reverse cut position, and he caught it with ease. And that's the 7th wicket down for the Tuskers.
Still 41 runs required, but the story is actually that bonus point. as Sean Whitehead makes his way to the crease. He's got an average of 9.5. And that's kind of what they need. 133 for 7. Need that to pass that 138 mark. Look at that. Just lovely shot. Great timing. Got to be said as well, but just the placement.
I got a lot of bat on that Gert. Unfortunately for him, flying straight to the field. A safe hands by Mikael Prince. As we see Sean Whitehead now joining Hardus Viljoen. Hardus will know what the score should be to avoid the bonus point. With another 41 needed off 8 deliveries.
See a higher score of only 22. Sean Whitehead. Just a single, very happy to give the strike to Hardus. 1 delivery to go in this penultimate over.
Yeah, I think Hardus will just knock it about now. Just making sure that they don't concede the bonus point here against the Dragons.
I think he might be even thinking 1, just to keep the strike for the last over. Oh, great execution. Onkenyako. Brilliant stuff. His 4 overs, 3 for 29. 134 for 7. 6 deliveries to go. And 40 more runs that they need. But they need another 4 or 5 runs to make sure that the bonus point doesn't go to the Dragons.
Yeah, excellent execution there by Onkenyako. Going for the wide lines around the wicket. Not giving Hardus Viljoen anything to work with. Wide Yorker, as they call it. It's a good return by Onkenyako. 3 for 29 in 4. After having a bit of a torrid evening on Friday evening here against the Dolphins. Good comeback spell for him. So we see Ruan de Swart going to bowl the last over.
Yeah, he's only bowled 1 over. And they feel that he's the man to keep it down and maybe get that bonus point under the belt for them. Only 5 runs conceded after picking up a wicket with his very first delivery.
Yeah, that of Michael Erlang. Big delivery. You can see actually him being very happy with that wicket after missing out on selection on Friday evening. At the expense of Aishel Klute.
Great to see him having a run and performing. I think he's one of those guys that will always give you 100%. Bat ball in the field is so valuable. He's into Whitehead. Oh, and Sean Whitehead says hello and thank you very much. I'll have a piece of that. Give me a half a dozen.
It's a super cricket shot by Sean Whitehead. Just a bit short there by Ruan de Swart. And unfortunately, that is the bonus point that goes a-begging for the Northwest Dragons. But they would still be happy with the victory here tonight, getting them back in winning ways after losing 3 on the bounce.
And also having a 1-0 result going their way due to weather. Sean Whitehead, what a lovely strike that was.
Guys gonna come around to you?
As Ruan de Swart now decides to come around the wicket, probably going to go the same route as previous bowlers Onkenyako, Alfred Matua.
You can just hear him apologizing to the umpire for running over the pitch there.
I think he lost his balance a little there in the action. Running straight across already while he was actually in the follow-through. He said sorry to umpire Brad White.
Four deliveries to go in this match. They need 33 to win. So mathematically, unless there's a couple of front foot no balls that goes over the fence, can't really do it. But they have done one job, and that's to avoid losing with a bonus point.
It's still a good effort here by the Dragons. I thought that they played better tonight when it came to their batting. More responsibility taken by batters. You know, less bad shots. It's just normal cricket that they played. No high risk shots, gave themselves a proper chance here, scoring 173 runs.
Oh, and it's a low full toss getting rid of Hardesviljoen. He wanted to send that one back and castled him. Looked like a bit of a slower cutter from Ruan de Swart. And after conceding a 6, now picking up a wicket.
Yeah, I think Hardes' eyes just lit up there as the ball was delivered. He just saw full toss, but a lack of pace, maybe just rolling his fingers around it. And he shows Ruan de Swart, well bowled, brother, as he will call you chum. That's the go-to saying of Hardesviljoen. Oh, big mighty swing.
Yeah, you can actually see that the people who are sitting on the grass embankments have moved up with the wind that Hardesviljoen generates.
Yeah, I think if he hit that, it would still be flying at this stage. And a little knock there by Hardesviljoen, 12 from 10 deliveries. As the Tuskers loses their 8th wicket, and we see Darren de Pavillon coming in.
Yeah, very much known for his bowling, not his batting.
He played international cricket as a bowler.
There's a few of those. Although he'll probably tell you that he's just never had the opportunity to show himself as a batter.
I think the bragging rights will be, I'm not batting at 11. He had bowled really well earlier this afternoon. Swung the ball, made it move from the wicket. It's a serious opening spell by Darren de Pavillon.
Oh, is this going to be called a no ball? Going for that slower full toss again. No, it's not. He got away with it.
Could be that the ball's just slipping out of the hand a little here from Ruan de Swart. You can see all fielders do have a piece of towel at the back of their shirts to dry the ball as much as possible. As you can see there, Vian Libber now shining it, or maybe just making the seam a bit drier. It's possibly what he's doing. Potch is known for having a lot of dew as soon as the sun goes down.
Oh, and Whitehead has sent this one to the fence once again. It's another fourfer, and Sean Whitehead is playing a little bit of a cameo.
Oh, what a great pull shot. He just rocked back on one foot, and he helped it just behind square. Looks like he's serious in that area. That second shot that he's played so well, such good execution by Sean Whitehead. And look at the balance on this shot, Gert. Keeping his head still. Total control of this delivery. Well fielded there by Neelan van Heerden, who still need to get some game time for the Northwest Dragons since he's moved from the Warriors.
And the Swart has bowled a wide. He's got to bowl that one again. Now he's got something in his eye as well. Bowled so well. This over going for a mammoth 13 at the moment. And he's only conceded 18 runs.
That's that first over that he bowled. We picked up the wicket of Michael Erlang. Maybe just a bit of a moth flying into the eye there. After all this rain, there would be many more, I think, on Friday evening when the Titans rock up here for their fixture against the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons.
No, and just knocking it about for the one. That is it. That is the end of the match. And after being put into bat, scoring 173 runs, the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons has won this fixture and finally get themselves onto winning ways. Congratulations to the Dragons and a much better performance than the last outing.
Yeah, I said earlier, Gert, I thought they were much more disciplined in their batting tonight. Bowling better innings, someone taking responsibility for a big score. Even though they had no 50s, they chipped in there very well. And then with the ball in hand, disciplines were really good. They knew what areas to hit. understood that there were a bit of assistance from the wicket as soon as the dew hit. Yeah, better performance.
You can just see the Moothee Ram Tuskers scorecard there. Kagiso Rapulana being the first to dismiss. And then Zuma batted so well for his 42. He deserved the 50, just couldn't get over the line. Little cameos by Sean Gilson, he's 13, and also Wayne Parnell's 26 of 15. Cameron Shackleton's 20. Just too much to do in the end.
Yeah, it's just a bridge too far for the Moothee Ram Tuskers, ending on 148-48 with the Northwest Dragons winning by 25. You can see there in the extras column, only 5 conceded, of which 3 were wides. Onke and Yaku, excellent, 3 for 29, economy of 7.9. Jay de Klerk, excellent, picked up the wicket of Zuma, 1 for 9. Vian Libbe, good spell, 6 to the over. Alfred Matua, as always, very economical at 7.225. Rwanda Swart, 2 for 19 and 2. And Caleb Seleka, 2 for 37. He just keeps sticking away at that wickets column.
Yeah, just look at it was Ludwig Schultz and Janneman Malan's partnership of 67 that took care of the power play. Only scored 35 in that power play, but their partnership really sets it up for guys like Rwanda Swart. That 27 of 17. What a brilliant little cameo that was. And also not forgetting Vian Libbe's 23 of 12. Those little cameos is what changed the game in the end.
Yeah, I think Vian Libbe said at one stage that they missed moments in the previous games, and I think they played their moments tonight much better. You talk about partnerships. In any form of cricket, you need those partnerships. One big one, one smaller one, set you up for a score of 173 for 5 in the allotted 20.
Yeah, everyone chipped in there, but Michael Erlang for the Tuskers, 3 for 17. We were all wondering why he didn't bowl out his 4. He was so difficult to get away. I don't think they scored a boundary off him. That's all 1s and 2s from Michael Erlang. He's 3 for 17. Pick of the bowlers for the Tuskers. But finally, getting on to winning ways is the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons. Congratulations to them. Thank you to the production team. Thank you to everyone here in Potch, my second home. Love coming here. Pendulu Makobane, Mufasa. Have yourself a fantastic week. Conrad de Swart, thank you very much. Thanks for hosting us here at JB Marks Oval. For everyone, be blessed. Have yourself a fantastic week. And look at that, 25 runs to the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons over the Tuskers.